All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the HBCU Sports Celebration Bowl Watch Party for 2024. I am Chris Stevens. No, I will not be doing this alone. Ken Rashad and Jared Hoffman will be joining us shortly. Kendrick Marshall is in Atlanta. He is at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. He will join us later on for our post-game show. But in the meantime, we're going to do this watch party like we did for the North Carolina Central, South Carolina State game. We had a fun time doing that. So we said, why not do one for the Celebration Bowl? So here we are. We are live and then live in color, watching it on our televisions. Hopefully you guys are as well if you're not in Atlanta. Just to give you guys a quick little rundown, South Carolina State won the MEAC 9-2 overall, 5-0 in conference play, and it was a convincing 5-0 in conference play. You could arguably say the same for Jackson State, and there's TC Taylor on the television screen getting his team hyped up. Jackson State is making their third Celebration Bowl appearance in the last 4 years. They will be looking for their first Celebration Bowl championship. Of course, South Carolina State beat them in 2021, and North Carolina Central beat them in 2022. And here comes Chennis Berry and the South Carolina State Bulldogs. So this is going to be a fun Celebration Bowl, I believe. You know, we have two very talented teams, two coaches who get the most out of their talent, who are very well prepared, and this should be a really fun matchup. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to a blowout. So I feel like we're going to have a one-score game, and let's see. Yeah, shout out to my guy, Mr. Ford. What's going on, man? Welcome in. We gonna be here for the duration. All right, let's bring Jared on. And okay, so there he is. All right, so now we have a full house for us. Ken Rashad, he will join us shortly. Jared Hoffman is now with us, and we are going to do this watch party right. So, Jared, welcome aboard, man. How's it going?
Oh, we're live?
Yeah.
It's the second time I've been caught off guard about us actually being live, but hey, it's live TV, baby.
Yeah, we don't have to yell and cuss like Bill O'Reilly. We'll just do it live, you know, not all the extra stuff. So, what are your what's your early thoughts about this particular ball game? You know, as we get ready for kickoff.
Well, I think this is going to be a fun game. We haven't had a Celebration Bowl stinker in a while, so
yeah.
No, there's no wood around me, but no jinx that
exactly
this won't be one. But I don't expect this to be one. I expect this to be a very entertaining game. I think that this could be a defensive struggle. I could see this being a defensive struggle. I could see this being an offensive shootout. I could see this game going a many ways. But on the last on my list is this being a one-sided game.
Yeah, maybe it'll be that 11-9 that Ken Rashad was talking about beforehand. But what I think interests me the most about this ball game is because we did see Eric Phoenix warming up prior to the game on Twitter, so I found that to be very interesting. So it looks like he is going to play. And remember, the last time we saw him, he was in a walking boot because he went on a first down run at Morgan State, and I just knew the way his leg twisted that it wasn't good. And hopefully he's not jeopardizing his future, but yes, obviously he wants to play in this game, but hopefully he's well enough to go, because if he does, then that gives Jackson State an added dimension to worry about already, since South Carolina State already has a ton of playmakers.
I mean, but this game is big for his draft stock. Irv Mulligan's, a lot of these guys on the defensive end, Jaden Brogdon, Assad Hall, a bunch of guys who, whose college careers are coming to an end. This is the biggest game of the season. So, of course, you want to have a big performance for this. So this is a big game for scouts to show scouts that you're ready to be at the pro level. This is the biggest game that they're going to have this season. So they had no choice but to play in this game, and to ball out in this one. And why would you want to miss the Celebration Bowl,
Good point. Before we get to the heart of the matter, we would like to invite you to subscribe to this YouTube channel, and don't forget to become a level 1 or level 2 member, where you can get all the perks of all the great reporting that myself, Jared, Ken, and Kendrick do. And if you want to donate to us, go to hbcusports.com, /donate. And don't forget to hit Zelle for Zelle purposes, donate at hbcusports.com. You can hit us up there. And follow us on all manners of social media. We are on Facebook. We are on X. We are on Instagram. We are also on Blue Sky, too. So you guys should join the Blue Sky party. It's actually a lot more peaceful over there. I mean, all we do on Blue Sky is talk about music and food and recipes and all that good stuff. There's no Nazi madness over there on Blue Sky. So feel free to join us over there as well. So South Carolina State will get the opening kickoff, and Caden High is back. So we are set to begin the Celebration Bowl. Celebration Bowl number 9, kicking off right now.
That's the question that we're ready to answer. Mississippi institutions are 0-5 in the Celebration Bowl. Will this be the year the streak is broken? They have 60 minutes to do it. We'll see if Jackson State can do it.
All right, I found that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I found that interesting that it was Chennisberry throwing up the hooks. You got to love Divine Nine culture, man. The frats and sorors represent everywhere they go, and it's just fun to watch those folks get fired up and represent their fraternities and sororities. And I think that's one of the unique things about our culture is that our fraternities and sororities operate a little bit different than PWI ones do. I mean, Jared and myself, they would call us GDIs or G damned individuals or whatever, but we still have a healthy respect for, the folks that pledge and, how they represent and how they always, look out for each other. So Eric Phoenix is starting, and they already have a quick handoff to KZ Adams, which is a nice early gain. So.
Okay, so you're a little bit ahead of me, so you could go ahead and take advantage of. No, you're good. Go ahead and.
Yeah, so Adams are with two rushes and a first down already for South Carolina State. So we talked about this on Thursday. This was going to be the battle of the trenches, and it's early. It's super early, but if South Carolina State can win this battle in the trenches, then I think that goes a long way towards, getting them in position to win the football game. So, all right, Mr. Phoenix is in shotgun formation. I find it interesting that nobody really lines up under center anymore, just for the record. And Phoenix is sacked.
Yeah, not a lot of teams in college, do the under center run, or as they call it, the pro style offense.
Yep. Corner blitz from Esias Guthrie, the pride of Middletown, Delaware. Shouts out to Esias, of course, a former Delaware State Hornet who transferred to Jackson State after Coach Milstead was let go. Yeah.
One of the more vocal members of that Jackson State defense, to say the least.
Yeah, that's how he was in high school. I mean, he was definitely one of the top players in the state while he was there. So, all right, we got the stats ready for y'all, and that here's a Chris Stevens football ick. The tunnel screen. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. If you don't have, I mean, most of these teams have the horses to run it, but to me, it just takes too long to develop. Like, if you're trying to get downfield, you got to work towards down the field. You can't just throw to the sidelines and hope your lineman get out quick enough to block. I mean, I guess that's on the lineman. You got to have your guys conditioned, but I am not a fan of tunnel screens and wide receiver screens and things like. That's just a Chris Stevens football ick. Shouts out to Jeremy Brackens checking in. He says, as a Graham fan, don't disappoint us, Jackson State. Talking about the swag.
Grambling and FAMU are the only two that have won it. And Jackson State has had 2 tries at it. This is their third. We'll see if they can get a win.
Eric Phoenix did take off there. He didn't look sure of himself, which I found to be interesting. So I guess he's still trying to test that foot or that ankle or whatever. So 4th down coming up. South Carolina State will punt, and we will see the Jackson State offense for the first time today. This, of course, Jackson State will find out who's playing a quarterback because we did not know. We didn't get any intel as to the health updates of Jacoby and Morgan and Zion McDonald, or if they would go with Cam McCoy. So we will find out, as you guys find out, when Jackson State gets the ball.
Yeah, going back to that 3rd down play, I'm gonna need Eric Phoenix to slide better than that.
Yes,
I can't. You can't take hits like that.
Punt return to the house.
Oh boy. Well, I'm not caught up to. Is that Travis Terrell?
That is Travis Terrell Jr. taking the punt with the flip. He's going to get 15 yards for the celebration penalty. What a start for Jackson State.
Hey, I caught. Didn't I say it?
You did.
He is
You
the
did.
future. He is the future.
He's good. He's probably going to get an earful from TC for that flip into the end zone. But what a start for Jackson State. I mean, you can't take that touch. I don't think they take the touchdown away, do they?
They shouldn't. I hope not. Come on, man. He's just an excited kid, man. Let him play. Let him play. He's just excited. And that's what TC saying. Like, he's just excited.
Oh man, so it was a personal foul penalty for unnecessary roughness. So the touchdown does not count. Wow.
Oh,
Sonic Boom checking in. Big ups to Sonic Boom, who's always been one of our more consistent guests during the year. Hey, I've
they're gonna have to show the replay because I
because
obviously didn't see it. Still great play by Travis Terrell.
and the bad news is that was deep in Jackson State territory. Well, not deep in Jackson State territory. They're starting at their own 32, but it's you go from a touchdown to starting at your own 32, and it is Jacoby Morgan starting the quarterback, and Irv Mulligan, getting that first handoff, and he's met by a host of South Carolina State Bulldogs. So okay, so we're looking back at it now. Oh wow, that's a horrible call. That looks like a clean block. Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm just now getting to the replay. And oh, come on.
See?
Oh, come on.
And
Stop it.
And this is why Mickey Joseph said he got the bag. He's like, I can pay the fine because this is some BS. That was a terrible call. Absolutely a terrible call. Make no mistake about it.
That's a horrible call. Come on, man.
Brother Ford is asking where the referees from. Could they be MEAC officials? 3rd and 10, and Jacoby Morgan fires downfield, has a first down completion. I think that's the beauty of recruiting when you recruit well is that when you have, when Jacoby Morgan went out, you had a guy like Zion McDonald who could give you a different look on offense. But Morgan seems to be the better pocket passer of the three quarterbacks. Meanwhile, it seems like Irv Mulligan's getting off to a slow start. It seems like the South Carolina State defense, their pursuit, their sideline to sideline is really, really good. I mean, we knew that during the regular season. And with the guys that are on that front, on that South Carolina State defense, to be honest with you, that's a lot of talent, and a lot of them came from Benedict with Chennis Berry. And as Jared Hoffman has told you guys, don't let South Carolina State win this whole thing because he will let you know that these D2 guys are getting it done. Jackson State was going for a wide receiver option there, but then in the, number 3, Zion McDonald decided to he lined up a wide receiver and was going to throw the ball, but then decided to tuck and run and pick up about 6 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 3 now.
That's a very good read, cutting up the field, seeing that the rush was coming. Nobody was open. Made a quick decisive decision. That's a very good play by Zion.
That's a read a quarterback makes. The wide receiver, not so much. And this South Carolina State front seven is stout, buddy. Make no mistake about it. I mean, they held a lot of people in check during the regular season. That includes teams like Georgia Tech, Georgia Southern, Tennessee Tech, and then, of course, the MEAC. That was Moultrie on the run there. Couldn't get it, so it's 4th and 4. And are they going for it? Come on, ESPN cameras, work with us here. No, they're punting. Matt Knoll, another former Delaware State Hornet, waits it out, kicks it deep, and Caden Hyde's going to call fair catch that is Enoch Carter. He's going to take the fair catch at the 15-yard line. So both teams have had a possession so far. A little bit of everything on both sides of the ball. Seems that Jackson State's run offense is going to need a little time to figure out how to best combat that beefy and aggressive South Carolina State front four, because they really made it tough on Mulligan on that first drive. So we have shouts out to Sandra McGee checking in, representing the SWAC, and Mr. 32K, fellow DSU Hornet, representing the MEAC. So thank y'all for tuning in. We greatly appreciate y'all. Don't forget to like the YouTube. Don't forget to like this video. Subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on all manners of social media. That's Facebook, social media. I mean that's Facebook. That's Instagram. Oh wow!
Look who's joining us live from Atlanta,
from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium press box. It is the man himself, Mr. Kendrick Marshall. Kendrick, welcome aboard, man.
What's up? I'm not allowed to talk in the press box, so just let y'all know I'm here. That's all.
Okay, all right, my bad. We don't want to get the man in trouble. He's our only representative, so we got to keep him down there so he doesn't get kicked out of the booth. But yeah, so very fun game. I mean, not very fun game. It's going to be a very interesting game, as it progresses. But as you can see, we're all here. We got Kendrick in Atlanta. We got Jared representing the DMV. We got Ken Rashad, who will join us shortly from Dallas, Texas. And there's me from Delaware. So yeah, I sometimes I be wanting to say Philadelphia just to say Philly, but then of course I know I'm not in Philly proper, so I just represent where I am, and that's Wilmington, Delaware. So first couple possessions, Jared, what's your takeaway from each possession from both offenses?
Well, I think this is more about the defenses so far than the offenses. I think both defenses are making it tough on the offenses going forward, and there's going to have to be some adjustments made. But we've seen these teams all season. They know how to make adjustments. We've seen TC, get this team like a lightning in a bottle. They, make explosive plays. We've seen this South Carolina State offense, be able to make those adjustments. We'll see if Eric Phoenix has the leg power to be able to keep up and be able to show his dual threat abilities. But right now, I think this is going to be a defensive struggle until these teams' offenses get comfortable.
If I'm TC Taylor, I'm just absolutely annoyed at the flag on the Terrell Jr.'s punt return, because Jackson State should be up 7-0 right now. And I don't know what do you say to your team after you just got robbed of a touchdown and then you just had to punt? Like, what do you like? I mean, obviously these are coaches that get paid, a decent amount of money to figure this stuff out. But at the same time, I'd have to be extremely irritated that this happened.
Hey, you got to have a short-term memory. It's all about the next play. You can't harp on penalties that were called that shouldn't have been called. You got to keep playing.
I'll tell you, man. Oh, wow. Enoch Carter's down, and that's not good. And he looks like he's in a lot of pain. So that's one. If he's out for the rest of this game, that's one less weapon that Eric Phoenix has. And of course, they just showed Chennis Berry split screen. I joke all the time. My college days are over, but if I had any eligibility left, I'd probably be able to give Chennis Berry like maybe 5 snaps. I would try my hardest on all 5 snaps, because every time he talks, it's like, you just like want to run through a brick wall for him. And yeah, so Enoch Carter's down. He's one of the quickest receivers in Black college football. And again, he looks to be in a lot of pain right now. There's a lot of people around him. So they're helping him up now. And let's see if he puts it. Well, no, they just went to commercial break. But before they went to commercial break, the trainer grabbed one of his arms. So it's like he's not going to be able to put any weight on that left leg. So that is a huge loss for South Carolina State. So it'll be interesting to see who fills in the gap, or how the South Carolina State offense adjusts, without Enoch Carter out wide. Well, they still have Caden High, which is helpful. They also have Justin Smith-Brown and a tight end, Keyshawn Toney, who I predicted would be the Celebration Bowl offensive MVP. There's still time for me to make good on that proclamation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now joined by the founder, editor of the longest running HBCU sports outlet in this country's history, live from Dallas, Texas, the Grambling man who is definitely rooting for the SWAC, Mr. Ken Rashad. Ken, welcome aboard.
Thank you, brothers. How you doing?
We good, man. We are locked into this game. We are still trying to figure out where the personal foul was on Travis Terrell Jr.'s punt return.
Yeah, so I noticed there was some shenanigans. I didn't see it all. So personal foul. What so before, during, was it
During.
unnecessary
On the return.
roughness?
He called unnecessary roughness when it was just an absolutely clean block. I mean, he didn't target the Jackson State player didn't target anybody. He didn't, cut below the waist. It was just like a straight shoulder into the chest, and they called it a personal foul, which is
Wait a minute. It was unnecessary roughness during the run back?
yes.
There's such a thing as unnecessary roughness during a play?
It's news. It's news to me too. It is news to me too.
I thought you unnecessary roughness. So it wasn't like after the touchdown.
No, this was like early on in the return for Terrell. He got it. I mean, it was a good block. I mean, it was bottom line. It was a good block. Kid just lowered his shoulder into the guy's chest, and that gave Travis Terrell the space he needed. And for some strange reason, they called it a personal foul.
And they showed the replay of the actual, and it wasn't
even close to being a personal foul.
Not even questionable. Not even like I can understand how.
No.
Wow. That's
so
crazy.
So Jackson State should be up 7-0, but instead we are still tied at 0. And South Carolina State's offense is on the field. We just saw Enoch Carter, one of their top playmakers, a wide receiver, go down. He injured his left leg on the play. It didn't look like he could put any weight on it. So that could be a huge loss for South Carolina State.
Is Eric Phoenix playing?
Yes, he is.
Okay. That's good. Who's the starting quarterback at J-State?
Jacobian Morgan.
So he's good. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good.
And there's Keyshawn Toney right across the middle, just as I predicted. 15 yards and a first down for Jackson State. I don't know what his pro prospects are because he's listed at 6'2", 237, and every tight end we see nowadays
6'4", 6'5". Yeah.
Yeah. When you think about guys like Antonio Gates and folks that Dallas Goddard, Zach Ertz, these 6'5", 6'6" guys, but one thing about Keyshawn Toney, he is as most tight ends are supposed to be. They are incredibly reliable, and Keyshawn has been a very reliable safety valve for Eric Phoenix this year.
I think his blocking ability could do a lot for his draft prospects. I don't know what he's like in run protection or in pass protection, but his ability to be a pass catcher is NFL caliber. But
yes,
he has to get his run protection and pass protection.
Didn't I see Kendrick show his face?
He did.
Kendrick, just because you are in the press box doesn't mean you can't talk, sir. I mean, the only rule is no cheering. So, I mean, look, I don't get me wrong. You do not want to get in the crosshairs of Michelle Jenks. But I'm just saying.
She does.
Shout out to Michelle Jenks. I'm just saying you don't want to get in the crosshairs, but you can show your face from time to time. And
she does not play. Michelle and I go back to her days as the director of comms for the MEAC when I was covering the MEAC basketball tournament in Richmond, Virginia. And this was back in 2005, and she didn't suffer any fools gladly back then.
Yeah.
But she's great at what she does. Make no mistake about it. Ooh. Looks like a little miscommunication.
Well, Kendrick, okay, so there is
trying really hard to get me in trouble right now.
Oh no, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. Actually, I was going to tell you go ahead and shut your audio down. So that's fine because there's a lot of noise back there. But if you got put like this, feel free to come in whenever you got something to report that that we may not be privy to. So by all means, but we appreciate you.
Yeah, if you got any information about what happened with Enoch Carter, please let us know. And it looks like Eric Phoenix is limping a little bit, so he's not 100% completely, but he's giving it a go, and we got to respect that. Okay, so Gallegos to punt away for South Carolina State, and it's not Travis Terrell back on the return this time, or is it? It is. He can't get it. He can't get wide this time, but yeah. So Jackson State should be up 7-0, man. Just an unbelievably horrible call, and I mean, it's so funny because locally here, one of my colleagues has a hashtag that he's trying to promote called Stop Ref Abuse because he believes a lot of referees get a lot of unfair treatment when we're talking about high school football and high school basketball around here. So he's got this hashtag called Stop Ref Abuse. But at the same time, you have to be accountable to do your job correctly. And some of these referees just don't do their job correctly. And on that, in the instance of that Travis Terrell Jr. run back, that was a poor job of officiating.
Mm.
See, I told y'all I hate screens.
I kind of like them.
I am
They're
not a fan.
I love screens. You got to pick the perfect time though to do it though.
Yeah, I think that's what bothers me. People do it too often. Like, people just like second, 3 plays back to back, just like no.
It's kind of like the draw. You don't see the draw play anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh.
oh no!
Oh, is
Uh-oh.
and
First
is
turnover of the game.
I don't think so. I think they say J State got back on it. Yeah, they did.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh
But
wow.
there's
Very
that
good strip
man.
sack right there. Who was that? Joshua Barker?
We got a flag too. So okay, so there is no foul according to the official. So it's just third down. Yeah, we're gonna get a replay of the sack. 74 just got beat by Jaden Brockman. he just got flat out beat. There's nothing to it, but there was nothing fancy about it. He just went around you. 3rd and 13 right now for Jackson State at their own 19-yard line. Okay.
Is that a catch?
They said it is, but he looks to be. Is he short of the marker or did he get it? They say he got it. So it's first down, Jackson State.
I don't know about that marker. That wasn't the first, according to that line. No, that's not official, but
I don't think that was the first down either. He looked short to me.
And we got another South Carolina State player down. It's interesting because as we discussed, okay, we just saw a replay.
Yeah, it's a catch. I just don't think
it's for sure a catch. But I don't think
he was short. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a generous spot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a generous spot. He's short by about half the football. But it's interesting that we talked about how Jackson State was going to be up against it, playing a game 6 days after their last one, and South Carolina State hasn't played in 3 weeks, and South Carolina State has 2 injuries already. So football is a crazy game. You can't really predict it. All right, we're getting another look at this ball coming in to number 16. Looks like a catch, but again, where he caught it looks like he's short by about half a football. But they give him the first down anyway. So 1st and 10, J State at their own 33-yard line. 32, excuse me. And this Jackson State run game is having trouble with the South Carolina State front seven.
There's a lot of talent on the South Carolina State defensive line with Assad Hall, Jaden Brogdon, Joshua Barker. There's so many guys that can make plays. With Kenny, there's so many guys that can make plays.
There's the draw, as Kevin Rashad alluded to. A nice spin moves by Jacoby.
Oh.
Picks up about 6 or 7 there. So it'll be 3rd and short, 3rd manageable for Jackson State.
He's gonna be dizzy.
Yeah, he just kept turning and turning and turning. Whew. He bounces outside, but he's going to be short by about a yard here. So
watch they give it to him.
Apparently they are, because they stand on the field.
It's a great adjustment to take that first hit at the line and find a hole.
It's under review.
They probably should have reviewed that pass reception, but didn't. I guess they're going to get this one right and review it. First quarter's been interesting because it's definitely been a feeling out period. We didn't get that last year because Howard and FAMU were at each other's throats from the opening kick. So now this year feels like this edition of J State and South Carolina State are just kind of like, if you guys don't watch professional wrestling, you that are watching us, you don't understand how some wrestlers just kind of like, just like put that hand out there, in a test of strength or whatever. And I feel like that's what Jackson State and South Carolina State are doing right now.
You have to forgive me. I'm communicating with Kendrick and our photographer, trying to get some logistics correct.
Yeah. See, this is the beauty of live television and behind the scenes stuff. You sometimes one of my colleagues said people don't care how the sausage is made; they just want to know that the sausage is made. But at the same time, we let you guys see how we cook our food, how we prepare our meal, and we're busy behind the scenes, and we're busy around the clock, quite honestly, because there's always something going on in Black college sports and Black college life, and this is what we do. Once again, want to invite you guys to subscribe to this channel, become a level 1, a level 2 member. Like us on like and follow us on all manners of social media. We are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, well X, we're on Instagram, we're on Blue Sky as well. And if you want to donate, go to donate@hbcusports.com on your Zelle app and give to us there, and we would greatly appreciate it. So we could keep doing things like sending Kendrick Marshall to Atlanta, and he could keep taking his PTO as he likes to do.
And eating all that good press box food.
Yes. So, we got it, but we all put in the work here. I mean, we play with Kendrick a lot, but we all work together. We all put this thing, put something out there that we think you guys enjoy and respect. And we got families to feed. I mean, we got obligations to.
Kendrick says he heard that.
All right, so we're coming back now. We are live back at ABC.
Yeah, he's short.
By a good foot or two, maybe even 3. So maybe that 3 feet is a yard, so he's short by a yard. But apparently they gave him the first down anyway. Nope, it's 4th and 1. So and Jackson State is going to go for it.
Ooh, they're on the 41. Okay.
42.
42. Yeah.
41 and a half, just about. It's very risky. Very, very risky, but they led the SWAC because they were 78% 4th down conversion rate. So, but that was against the SWAC. This is South Carolina State, so it'll be very interesting to see how this goes.
It's going to Irv.
It has to, I would think.
Oh, come on.
They called a timeout. So I think, did they? Yeah, I don't see a flag indication anywhere, so I guess they did call a timeout, or maybe the referees were just trying to check on something. But yes, okay, so here we go. 4th and 1 from the Jackson State 41.5-yard line. Man goes in motion, gets set to the left, goes to Mulligan, easy first down. And that could be a turning point because they had a hard time moving that South Carolina State front 7 in earlier possessions. But on that run by Mulligan, there was a clear hole for him to get through. He picked up about 5 or 6. So that's first down for J State. Led the SWAC with 106.7 yards per game. It felt like more. he was always running up 100 yards, it seemed like.
Shout out to Malik Obi with Draft HBCU players. He says Jackson State running back Irv Mulligan is going to follow Packers running back Emmanuel Wilson, former Fort Valley State running back, footsteps, be a late day 3 draft pick or undrafted free agent. Do you guys see that for Irv?
Well, I can't think of many running backs that warrant more consideration than Irv does. And that side, is that a side Hall going out holding his arm?
Good grief.
Jeez, Jackson. I mean, we thought Jackson State would be the one fighting injuries, but apparently it's South Carolina State dealing with them. Jeez, Louise. Maybe the rust is hurting them a little bit. Jacoby Morgan picks up about 7, and he got down quick. See, that's what Eric Phoenix says was going to have. Well, it's too late now because he's a senior, so I mean, you can't learn it now. But Morgan got down quick. He got as many yards as he could and said, "Okay, I'm good right here." So it's 3rd and 4 in South Carolina State territory. Morgan with the completion. So that's another first down for Jackson State. It's a nice ball, too. That thing came out nice and quick. And John Hannibal is down. That's 4 guys now for South Carolina State hurt. Good grief.
Were these guys not staying warm?
Good question. My goodness. So it's a friendly reminder, you guys. South Carolina State has not played a game since November 23rd. They didn't really play a full game because they put the beats to Norfolk State 53-21, which turned out to be the finale for Ken Rashad's friend Dawson Odoms is a Norfolk State head coach. So they have not played a game in 3 weeks. I'm always surprised at how low South Carolina State's enrollment is because it feels like they should have way more kids. But of course, the notable alumni include Willie Jeffries, who was the first Black man to get a FBS job as a head coach. And of course, Deacon Jones, the late great Deacon Jones, the inventor of the term sack with the Los Angeles Rams, fearsome foursome. It was him, Merlin Olsen, Lamar Lundy, and I can't remember the 4th gentleman's name. But yes, that was back then when you had to have a good nickname for your defense. You had the Steel Kurt, you had the Purple People Eaters, and all that.
A couple other notable alumni from South Carolina State, current NFL players, Javon Hargrave and Kobe Durant, who play for the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams, respectively.
Yep. And a very interesting baseball note. Kendrick might find this interesting. Willie Mays Aikens, who played for the Kansas City Royals back in the 80s, had the first he tied Reggie Jackson's record for home runs in the World Series in 1980 with 5. He went to South Carolina State, but their baseball program closed down in the 70s, so he ended up signing with the Royals, and he was the last South Carolina State baseball star for the most part.
They just showed that graphic indicating that Michelle Obama was a honorary alumni. Did she receive honorary alumni status from Jackson State?
If she did, it's news to me. I don't remember.
Should that even count?
That's foul. That doesn't count.
I was about to say that shouldn't count.
Jackson State, you cannot claim that.
All due respect to Michelle.
All due respect to Michelle Obama.
We love
I'm just
Michelle
simply
Obama.
saying, no fair.
M. Ford saw my quote about South Carolina State's low enrollment, and this was his response.
No one lives in South Carolina.
Lord have mercy. That's the end of the first quarter, ladies and gentlemen. We are tied
Scoreless.
at 0. And I guess
Was that just me, or was that kind of a fast quarter?
it was. It really was.
Wow.
Not gonna lie, I said we haven't had a stinker in Celebration Bowl yet. It's unfortunately looking like one.
Well, I feel like that first quarter was just these guys feeling each other out. Maybe they'll,
we have 3 quarters to pick it up. So
yeah.
we'll see.
I think we were spoiled by how fast Howard came out the gate against FAMU last year, because that was a shocker. Like, Howard just came out there like, yo, we got nothing to lose. We're 6-5. We're facing this Florida A&M team that everybody has picked to beat our behinds. So let's show them that that's not going to happen. And of course, it took until the very last quarter for Florida A&M to pull out the W.
Yeah, I was there last year. That was definitely an electric finish to that game. Seeing that live was something special.
Yeah, I've got to get to a Celebration Bowl one of these years. I don't think my alma mater is going to get there anytime soon, but I still want to go. So I'm going to try to find a way to get there at some point in the future.
Hey man, if you reincarnate all the HBCU football greats and put them back in their prime and say, you guys go to Dover and you make Dover great, I think they can do it. I don't think that's ever going to happen because reincarnation,
Yeah,
is.
I don't think holograms are going to help Delaware State at this point. It's not going to happen.
Hey, if we pull together all the stakeholders in the world and say, you pay the top 100 recruits to commit to Delaware State, you make it happen. Again, I don't have the contact information for these stakeholders, so I don't think that's ever going to happen. So, yeah, Delaware State's Celebration Bowl. But forecasting, not looking too far ahead, because obviously we still have to play this game and we still have a whole recruiting trail to go through. But forecasting who could potentially be in this game next year, the MEAC is going to be very wide open, going into next year, and so is the SWAC, really, because there's going to be completely different rosters on both conferences sides, and we still have a lot of questions that need to be answered, like for Alabama State's sake, what is the status of Andrew Body? What is the status of that defense? Florida A&M, obviously, Daniel Richardson is going to be gone, so they're going to be looking for a new quarterback. Jackson State's going to be looking for a new quarterback, with Jacoby and Morgan being gone. So there's going to be chances for teams to kind of put themselves in the position to be in this game next year. And obviously with the MEAC, you got Walker Harris. I'm not sure how much eligibility he has left.
Oh, he's a junior. He's coming back.
Oh yeah, but what's his face?
Jamari Taylor just hit the portal.
Jamari Taylor's going to be gone. So they're going to be missing their biggest playmaker. Morgan State is still going to be looking for a quarterback. Not sure they'll find one, but they'll look for one.
Isaiah Freeman's in the portal. If he does not end up in Morgan State, I will be shocked.
Yeah, Isaiah Freeman, if he's not at an FCS HBCU program, that'll definitely be shocking to me.
We also got head coaching vacancies to fill. There's 3 in the SWAC. There's Prairie View, there's Mississippi Valley State, there's Alabama A&M, and then of course we have 2 in the MEAC with Delaware State and Norfolk State looking for head coaches.
If Dr. Alvin Parker is not at Norfolk State, there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, he's got to be the guy there. Got to be.
Unless there's somebody I'm forgetting, he should absolutely be in Norfolk.
Behold the green. That's what I'm gonna miss about Dawson Odom's press conference next year, because he always used to in MEAC coaches call. He would always end the conferences. He would never say goodbye or anything. He would just say, "Behold the green and gold."
No, I was going to say, when he was the head coach at Southern, he would always end his press conference by saying, "Go Jags." Go Jags.
He seems like a cool dude, but he's just, honestly, he probably should have never left Southern, to be honest with you.
Hey,
because he was winning there. Nobody's won in Norfolk State in generations. So
generations.
I mean, their last official conference championship was 1984 because they got the 2011 MEAC title stripped from them. So their last official conference title was as a CIAA team in 1984. So, and I find it interesting that nobody can win in Norfolk State, because when you look at the Tidewater area and Virginia as a whole, if you take the DMV, the Tidewater area, and the Outer Banks of North Carolina, there's a lot of football talent down there. How you can't get some of those kids to commit to Norfolk State is a mystery to me. I mean, but then again, you have Hampton, you got William and Mary, you got ODU. I mean, the competition is thick down there, but you got to find a way to get some kids down there. Got to.
Speaking as someone from this area, and Norfolk is way distance from where the actual DMV is, it's going to be hard to get to kids there, because it goes UMD. You got who else am I missing? Virginia. You got Virginia Tech. You got all these big schools down here. Howard is before them. You got. I'm not saying this because I went there, but even Bowie is looked at before Norfolk is. So,
Wow.
and even if you look at their own state, Virginia Union and Virginia State is more of a prime destination than Norfolk State.
It's just
It just
crazy to me. That is crazy to me. But I guess that's just the way the ball bounces. But yeah, Norfolk State has to back up the truck for Dr. Alvin Parker. I don't care what you got to do. I'm sure Larry Vickers and Robert Jones will gladly pitch in because they are the teams that are taking advantage of the guarantee games because they get guarantee games and whipping teams' butts. They stealing games and the money, so they can probably pitch in a little bit to get Dr. Alvin Parker at Norfolk State.
I mean, but the thing is, Norfolk State has had talent over the years. They had Jawan Carter, the quarterback, a couple of years ago that was MEAC Player of the Year. They had Deshaun Dixon, who the last time we saw him was on the Jacksonville Jaguars practice squad. They've had who's the running back that was named preseason Player of the Year? I think that's at Morgan State now. I think his last name is Davis. I forget his name. But
yeah, I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name too.
Yeah, but they've had talent. It's just the fact that, and they had Daquan Felton, who's now at Virginia Tech. So they've had talent. It's just like how we said UAPB. UAPB has had talent. They just haven't been able to keep them. You know, the number one of the top rushers in FCS all year was now at Tarleton State, and he led them to the FCS playoffs. It's not about, it's about keeping your talent, getting them and keeping them. They haven't been able to get them and keep them.
Yeah, I think that's something that, we can attribute to the portal. We can attribute to NIL and different things. It's just that, it's going to be hard for our schools to compete, but we got to find a way somehow. And you got to hope that you get kids who understand the importance of HBCUs and being around your own people and how, you can still succeed at an HBCU, especially when you have guys like Kobe Durant, Javon Hargrave, and, Joshua Williams from Fayetteville State with the Chiefs. You can make it to the pros from an HBCU. You just have to stick it out.
Emmanuel Wilson, who went to Johnson C. Smith and Fort Valley State. There's a lot. James Houston, who's now with the Cleveland Browns after getting released by the Detroit Lions. Oh, that's a good read. That is a very good read.
Quick kissing that stole my damn story. I reported on TC being a buck hunter first, buddy. Don't steal my story. I'm just playing. That's common knowledge. Nice bounce off and Irv Mulligan carrying the tackler for about 4 yards. So Jackson State getting closer. 3rd and 4, deep in South Carolina State territory. I don't know if this is 4-down territory or not, but I think it is, honestly, because you don't want to get threes against the South Carolina State offense that has playmakers. You want to get a touchdown if at all possible. So it's 3rd and 4 from about the 7, and it's going to be 1st and goal from about the 3 as Mulligan gets through again. So yeah, this Jackson State offensive line is starting to, figure out how to, move this South Carolina State front 7 a little bit. And a lot of that is just heavy, hard running by Irv Mulligan as well. So it's 1st and goal from the 3.
I guess there's some validity to this rest versus rust debate.
Yeah, it feels like it because South Carolina State came out kind of slow. Jaden Brockton's uniform will always blow my mind. Like, man, why are your pads so small, buddy?
Hey, Hey, for what it's worth, though, keep in mind that when Shinnis Berry mentioned about that the rest versus rust thing, he did say that if there was any benefit to it, he said it did give.
Oh, what a catch!
Wow.
Oh, did he just? Oh, he just
So
did
I'm
the.
gonna have to wait and see what you guys see.
But Shinnis Berry did mention how the time off gave some of his players time to
That's
heal.
a Sports Center top 10 play for sure.
Giannis scored the lead, and he did the Nick Cannon dance from, I can't remember the name of the movie, but he did that Nick Cannon dance.
Great catch.
Love don't cost a thing.
Yes, I couldn't remember the name of the movie.
Great catch.
Great catch. Great celebration. 6-0 Jackson State. PAT is good. Now it's 7-0. We got 11:26 to go before halftime. So Jackson State strikes first.
We talk about the refs a lot. Good on them for not calling taunting on that.
Yes. I've seen a lot more celebrations in college football than I have in years past. Maybe I think they finally starting to let the kids, be personable a little bit more, have a little bit more personality. Which is kind of why we're here. We want the kids to enjoy themselves and have fun. I mean, there are some things that you can't do, like just constantly like the flag planting. Oh, by the way, that Ohio State legislator who is talking about planting a flag on your opponent's 50-yard line a felony got to be the dumbest person I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, there are more serious things out here to be worried about than losing a game and a team planting a flag in midfield. Is it tacky? Yes. But if you don't want somebody planting their flag on your field, beat them. It's really that simple. This is mind-boggling to me that some of the things these folks come up with. So now we're gonna I want planting a flag to be a penalty. It's like, be serious. There are people out there. A carton of eggs is $12 now. Be serious. Jackson State was on a 19. That Jackson State drive was 19 plays, 79 yards. That is how you keep an offense off the field, and that is how you wear down a defense. So now it's going to be interesting to see how South Carolina State counters. Once again, we'd like to remind you, good folks, to don't forget to subscribe to this channel, become a level 1, level 2 member, follow us on all manners of social media. And we are not done today. We're not done with the game. Well, once Kendrick Marshall fulfills his journalistic duties, he will join us for the post-game show, and we'll talk about everything that happened during the game and why the result was the way it was.
And let you guys know that will likely be on a separate live stream. It won't be on this one. We've got to give him proper time to believe me. Look, Chris touched on this, and people tell me all the time, "Oh, Ken, it must be great to be able to do these games and have access." Man, I swear to you, it looks sexy, but it's a lot. It is not. It is a lot of work.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you now, Kendrick probably this game started at noon Eastern. It's gonna be dark when Kendrick leaves the stadium today.
Hey, I can attest to that. I was at the Celebration Bowl last year. I got there at 11, did not leave until 7.
It's gonna be dark. So believe me when I tell you, this is work. This is work.
Because you got the trophy presentation, and then you got to wait for the losing team to come out.
Exactly.
And you got to wait even longer for the winning team to come out.
Right.
And you got to write your story. You got to.
Right.
There's a lot that goes into it that you guys may not know if you're not journalists.
I remember one year when the Celebration Bowl, in the early days of the Celebration Bowl, when it was what was the Georgia Dome at the time, and look, I mean, it was normal, but all I will just say is by the time everything was done, press conferences were done, all of us were in the process of wrapping up, making the final touches to our stories and so forth, and just kind of doing whatever it is that they do. TV was doing their, remote lives. The radios were doing their post game shows and so forth. By the time all of us were finished, the yard crew had already taken everything off the field, and they already had the Atlanta Falcons field ready for the game the next day. That removed all of the hashtags and everything. That just to give you some idea just how long we could potentially be there.
Yeah, my one experience, which I actually talked about on my own YouTube channel. I do have a YouTube channel of my own.
You got to catch that.
Yeah, that was an easy first down, and he just fumble fingered it. But yeah, when I covered the Detroit Ford Football Classic, which was a thing many years ago, Robert Porcher, a South Carolina State alum, by the way, was putting that on for the city of Detroit. Florida A&M was playing Phoenix with just missed him. Ooh. So yeah, Delaware State was playing Florida A&M in the Detroit Ford Football Classic, and I hate flying. And I had to fly with the team from Dover Air Force Base to an airport that was, not even like a Detroit proper airport. I think they put us off at some airport deep off in the cut, and then drove us to the Rensen Marriott. Yeah. And we got up. Because I had to get up with the team because I was a student reporter. We get up like 9 o'clock in the morning. We get on the bus. We go over to Ford Field. Ford Field is huge, and did he call fair catch? He did call fair catch. All right. So, the game starts at noon, and the game lasts about 3.5, 4 hours. You go downstairs, and mind you, this is Ford Field. This is not Alumni Stadium. This ain't even Bragg. You got to catch the elevator down to go to the press room. So you catch the elevator down from the press box to the press room, and Reuben Carter was the coach of the of Florida A&M. You old school Denver Broncos fans might remember Reuben Carter, not Reuben Hurricane Carter, but Reuben Carter, one of those big defensive linemen on the Orange Crush, and he was the coach of Florida A&M. And he just could not understand how his team lost to Delaware State. And Al Levan he was like, "Of course we won. We're Delaware State. We put the ball down anywhere." So that lasted about an hour 90 minutes, maybe 2, and then we had a chance to eat as well. We had a chance to go back upstairs, catch the elevator back up to the press box to where the food was, and then of course Frankie Beverly was performing. So everybody was like, "Where's Chris Stevens?" Because we got to go. Chris Stevens is in the press box jamming to Frankie Beverly. So they had to pull me out of the press box so we can get back on the plane and get back to Dover. So that was like by the time we left Detroit, I think we left Detroit like I want to say 9, 10 o'clock at night, and the day started at 9 a.m. So it was a lot going on that day, but it was a very fun experience that I'll never forget. And this is what we do as journalists, man. People feel like, we just show up to games and write about or record what we see, and that's the end of it. No, there's a lot of work that goes into it before, and there's a lot of work that goes into it after. So that's why we kind of, take umbrage, if you will, to some of the things. Well, I do anyway. I know Ken, he's a little more laissez-faire, Kendrick as well. But Jared and myself, man, we take this seriously, man. So when people say some out of the way stuff, it's like, what are you talking about? But we got to learn to just let people have their opinions because that's how it rolls.
Yeah, I'm not the type to address people's bad takes. I'm the type to just let it roll off at this point in my life.
It's funny because I'm a lot older than you and I should be at that stage, but I'm also very serious about my profession. Like I've been doing this since 2002. Like I'll never forget when Delaware State was playing Morgan State for their homecoming. And I don't know if the DC sniper had just been caught or was going to be caught, but my mom and my grandma was like, "You don't need to go down there. You don't need to go down there. You don't want to get caught by the sniper." I was like, "Don't nobody give a doggone about no sniper." I was scared to death about the sniper, but I went anyway. I was like, "Nah, we going." So Jacoby Morgan making some time for himself. Number 7, close to a first down, but not close enough. So I think Jackson State punts here. There's really no need. You're already up 7-0. You just pin South Carolina State deep because South Carolina State hasn't shown the tendency to move the football that well. To be quite honest with you. Oh, they are going for it on 4th and 1.
I'm not sure about that.
Yep, and they get stopped.
Yeah, that's not.
Not a good idea.
Now you give this South Carolina State offense that hasn't been able to move the ball at all. You give them some confidence with some good field position.
Yeah. So about this, I don't think that's fair. This quote right here that I put up on the screen.
Yeah, I can't hear the commentary, so I don't know.
No, he's talking about the comments. And you can't see the comments in the. You can't see the comments.
No, Jared's
No,
talking
I'm
about
saying I can't hear the commentary of the game, so I can't hear what his perspective on Jay Walker.
Okay, if you need to turn it up a little bit, go ahead. I mean, it's okay if you need to.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh no, I did that by design.
Oh, okay,
I'm not listening to the commentary.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. I mean, I mean, obviously Jay's a MEAC guy. He went to Howard, but Eric Phoenix just does not look like himself.
So I'm gonna just simply say this, and I've heard a lot of people say that about Jay Walker, man. I mean, Jay and I have met. He's been on the show. Jay Walker, as far as I'm concerned, man, is as good as it gets.
Agreed.
You want somebody, well, when you're going to do color, you got announcers and you have colors, commentators. Jay Walker has played, and you want somebody who can kind of, first and foremost, who knows football,
Yes.
fundamentals. But in the case of Jay Walker, because he's an HBCU graduate and has visited many of these HBCU campuses and kind of stays in tune with the culture, you want somebody like that. We talk about how unique HBCUs are for the culture. Jay Walker is in tune with the culture, not just because he attended an HBCU, but because he has access to these groups. He knows what's being said.
And also, Ken, real quick, just to say, color commentary and play-by-play is two of the hardest things you can do in journalism.
Yeah. So shout out to Tiffany Green too, by the way.
Yes. Tiffany Green is excellent. I would love for ESPN to elevate her during WNBA season.
I mean, she does some games, but she doesn't do the more marquee ones.
I would like her to get more marquee shots. I mean, Pam Ward is cool. I don't have a problem with her. Ryan Rucco is great when he's not on commentary with Rebecca Lobo, which is rare. But I feel like Tiffany Green deserves a bigger platform, to cover WNBA games because she's great at that as well. But she's definitely the voice of HBCU football, and we respect her and what Jay do very much. They have a symmetry and a chemistry that can't be beat.
Which again is not easy.
No.
Color comment. No. There is no script. There's scripts for studio shows.
Yes.
There are scripts for these long form interviews that you guys see. There is no script for play-by-play and the color commentators. They are literally reacting as the game is going on.
Yes.
So I know that there are a lot of bad play-by-play commentators. Give some of them some grace.
Yeah, but I mean, look, and Lincoln Libra, you fully entitled to your opinion, but I completely disagree. I think Jay Walker is excellent at what he does because he can talk to what we see, not only from a football perspective, but he can provide you with some details that, about these schools and about the culture of the schools that no other color commentary guy can do. So I just want to say that.
Yes. So 2nd and 9, South Carolina State. And we got an incomplete pass.
Ooh, no catch.
Why is Esias Guthrie? Yes, as Jared said, he is talking.
All right. So
Jackson State secondary.
I'm gonna remove myself. So we got a little minor fire I gotta put out. So I'll be right back.
Again, y'all, this is work. Y'all feel like we just be sitting around chilling, eating Doritos and stuff. Just no. We are busy people. When we do these things, like when we have to call coaches and SIDs and stuff and try to get people to come on our show, it's a lot of work. It is a ton of work. I mean, and Eric Phoenix has to burn the time out. So it's 3rd and 9. So
thank you, Lincoln Lieber, for interacting with us. If that's your perspective, that you have a right to your perspective. We're just saying that we respectfully disagree. You got to look at it from the other side. He's just speaking about, what he knows, and Jay Walker is just giving his perspective. So if you feel like he dislikes the swag, that's fair for you to feel that way. But we have a right to say, you maybe look at it from his lens and saying that he caught that time out of he's
McDaniel mocking him is what got me.
I know.
He's like, see, this is the beauty of the Celebration Bowl. You're not going to get this at the PWI FBS level. You're not. Just the entire experience of it. You're just not. I mean, and real quick as we're on commercial, because we talked about this ad nauseum about the Celebration Bowl being pushed back a week because of everything that's going on with FBS and different things. FBS and different things of that nature. We did ask the question: is it still important to be the first bowl game on television? I still feel like we can make that work because we offer a unique alternative to what everyone else is doing. We have our HBCUs, we have our battle of the bands, we have our tradition, we have our history, and we've been pushed aside for so long. I mean, that being the first game on television isn't a bad thing. It does hurt the swag, absolutely, because people like blame the SWAC championship game, blame the Bayou Classic. The Bayou Classic has been played on Thanksgiving by and large before the SWAC championship game was even a thing. So we can't, you can't just ask Southern, Grambling, and more importantly, you just can't ask New Orleans to just move and say, all right, y'all move that game back a few weeks. That's not gonna work. It's never gonna happen.
And as you said, Chris, the 12-team college football playoff makes no sense.
None.
It makes no sense anyway. So
who gives a doggone about Notre Dame versus Indiana? There are literally 4 teams that can win the national championship this year. That's all you need. You need a 14. If you want to make it 6, cool. Give the top 2 seeds a bye, fine. But there's no way a 12-team FBS playoff is just greed, flat out greed.
You probably could have made more money just making it 8 teams. To
yes,
be honest.
Exactly.
But I really like what I'm seeing from Jackson State right now. They're playing with a lot of confidence, as you would expect. That Jackson State secondary is some of the most confident players in HBCU football. So you wouldn't expect any less from Jackson State to play with the amount of confidence that they have right now. And South Carolina State have to get it together. I wouldn't not have expected this from a Chennis Berry coached team at all. But unfortunately, Chennis Berry's reputation has been he didn't win it in the Division II playoffs. Let's just be honest. He didn't get it. Yeah. He had 2 first-round buys and home field advantage and didn't win either of those games. So he has to get over that postseason hump. And right now it's not looking too good for him.
Yep. And Eric Phoenix just can't take off. Like, he does not look like the Eric Phoenix at the beginning of the season. You could tell that he's just out there at like 75, 80% maybe.
So the question now is, when do you go to your backup?
Yeah. Because, I mean, just look. I mean, you're going to see. I mean, you guys are going to watch the replay the same time as we are just about. And he didn't look decisive, number one, and he just doesn't have the explosion that he did weeks ago before he got hurt at Morgan State. So and what kind of play is this? I don't know what it is, but it didn't work. Either way, it's Jackson State football.
Didn't he? Okay. I was trying to think of something to say about that, but I had nothing.
You and me both. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, but it didn't work either way.
Okay. So I just wanted to comment on again with about what Lincoln Lieber said. I just want to say this, and I've seen it. We've seen games that featured HBCU teams, and I'm not necessarily talking about ESPN Plus. I'm talking national broadcasts when they are present and when they are there. Where we've seen announcers.
Oh
boy.
Jacoby
Did he get in?
Moore
I don't think he got in.
down at
the
the
one.
Isaiah,
Wow.
You guys are yet. So
Oh, sorry.
no, it's all good. No, it's all good. I just saw it. Big pass down to Isaiah Spencer down at the one.
Oh, Lorenzo Johnson, Petty Murphy checking in.
Just happy FAMU isn't playing. Come on, man. Y'all gonna think that y'all gonna have FAMU fans thinking that everybody hate Florida A&M. Come on now.
They are some of the most uptight people. Boy, when we was talking about Team Tiffany, they was ready to fight us.
So,
that's a good route. Isaiah Spencer is an amazing route runner.
As we saw from that one gentleman on Twitter, he said, "You gonna do another black man like this?"
we still trying to heal from the Kamala loss, and you gonna do another black man like that.
And another South Carolina State player is down.
What did Kendrick say about Morgan making a big play? Y'all see that? Okay, Kendrick.
We know.
Prophet Kendrick. What's that? That's the fifth. So we have Anaj Carter, Assad Hall went down. And who is this?
Number 27.
27.
Nice turnout.
And John Hannibal was down as well, one of their big front four guys. So South Carolina's, I mean, maybe that Russ versus rest thing, you know.
This might be a record.
We haven't
might
seen
be a record crowd.
Oh, yeah, it's packed in there. That's why I said this celebration. That is a beautiful throw by Morgan, by the way.
So for all y'all that want to say about Jackson State, they have always supported their team.
Mm-hmm. And that should be a touchdown, honestly. Because I think Spencer crossed. I think Spencer struck.
That is a great route. That is such a great route. And bad communication by the South Carolina State secondary. You got to know that there's nobody up in the middle of the field for your second line of defense. You got to be there.
Touchdown.
Irv Mulligan.
Yeah, so we've got stats. We were kind of given an early indication.
Yeah. I'm still watching the TV though. I forgot the stats was even up. But yes, it's a touchdown for South Carolina State. And Jackson State, excuse me. They lead South Carolina State 13-0 pending the PAT. So this is interesting because South Carolina State, I don't think they've been down a lot in games this year. So how do they respond to this? They're down 14-0. And that's just, again, this Jackson State offensive line has figured out how to push this South Carolina State front seven around a little bit.
So I don't know what South Carolina State needs to do.
They got one of their big offensive linemen is hurt, so that's not good.
You can't put any weight on that leg either. Oh
nope.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, they got to call a couple of his homeboys out to help him. Good grief.
Then they had to get the strength and conditioning coach to pick him up.
And this is what Ken was talking about with respect to player safety, man.
I mean, but this is the first Jackson State injury.
Yeah.
So look, look, it's a contact sport. All I'm saying is this is a big game. We all agree. There's a lot on the line for both teams in this game.
Mm-hmm.
You owe it to both teams to treat this game like you would any other bowl game. That's all I'm saying. This is the only bowl game, if I'm not mistaken. Are there any bowl games set for today?
Other than the Army-Navy game.
That's not a bowl game. Yeah, that's a regular season game.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah.
to. That's what I was saying. Just other than the Army Navy game, I don't think
everybody's going to have time to rest. I think there was an FCS championship, not FCS, but there's the FCS playoff game, but that's already been in progress.
I think South Dakota State is playing Incarnate Word.
Right. And I think there was one last night. I think Montana State mollywopped somebody.
And I think North Dakota State plays somebody today too.
So I'm saying though, just
no, there's the Salute the Veterans Bowl between South Alabama and Western Michigan.
The what?
The Salute the Veterans game between South Alabama and Western Michigan. I believe Western Michigan again is where Daniel Richardson was.
When is that tonight?
Central Michigan.
That's tonight.
Yeah, that's the night at 9.
Yeah, but I think it's safe to say, and that's featuring who? Western Michigan and who else?
South Alabama.
I bet you neither one of those teams played last week.
Let's look it up and see.
I'm willing to bet anything. They didn't play last week.
PAT was good, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So it's 14-0 Jackson State with about 5:40 to go in the first half. And Thomas, call him TC Taylor. I wonder how he got the nickname TC.
Let's see. South Alabama last played on November 29th.
Mm-hmm.
And Western Michigan. Western Michigan last played on November 30th.
All right, so either way, these teams have had 2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. Previously, that's what the SWAC had, and we were good with that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Lorenzo Johnson says, my niece and cousins went to South Carolina State, so I'm going for Jackson State. They didn't go to Bethune-Cookman, so I want Jackson State to win. I've already made my picks in Vegas. Well, you might be rich.
It depends on how much you put down.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends, right, but, well, you may be richer.
Yeah, I was going to say, he might have a bag more than all of us. Yeah, and here's where Jared's point about poor communication comes into play, because you can see the South Carolina State DBs are still talking while the ball is being snapped, and that's not good. And that gives Isaiah Spencer a ton of room. Yeah, we had Lorenzo. We all had. Yeah, he rich. He balling. He
2,500.
He big balling shot caller.
Wait, what did I miss? What happened?
He was talking about Vegas, and I was trying to see his quote about, do we have a nice Thanksgiving? Yeah, we had a nice Thanksgiving. But then he said how much money he put down on this 2,500. Oh yeah, he gonna be
2,500 for what? This game?
Yeah.
Hey.
Let me just simply say, y'all had a nice Thanksgiving. Bayou Classic is on Thanksgiving weekend. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, Lorenzo, while you're here, if you'd like, you can donate to hbcusports.com/donate and or go hit us up on the Zelle at donate@hbcusports.com to help keep our operation going. If you want to share your winnings and make a charitable donation, you are more than welcome to do that. Also, anybody else that's listening, you can do the same thing. You may not be as rich as Lorenzo Johnson, but every dollar helps. You could go to donate at hbcusports.com on Zelle or hbcusports.com/donate. Don't forget to become a level 1 or level 2 member of this YouTube channel. Follow us on all manners of social media, and you will see all the great work we put in, and that we can feed our families and keep roofs over our heads. And Kendrick Marshall can buy that Tesla that he's always wanted. Okay, so Eric Phoenix back to pass now, or trying to pass, and he's in trouble. He's going backwards. He's going the wrong way.
Throw it away, man. Throw it away.
Oh, he ends up getting a reception. He ends up getting a completion anyway.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm at where you guys.
We have to tamper our enthusiasm, Chris, because Jared is behind.
Yeah. Okay. I'm listening. All that and still didn't get a first down. So.
Yeah. That's Fran Tarkenton style right there.
He probably ran about 40, 50 yards.
But only got about a 6-7 yard completion out of it. Them's the breaks. So it's 4th and 2. And South Carolina State will be forced to punt. So this is the danger zone right here for South Carolina State. If Jackson State can get on the board again here, we might have one of those beatdowns that Mr. Hoffman was mentioning. Oh, nice play by the special teams guy.
Oh, very nice.
And that ball is down inside the 1 yard line. So Jackson State's going to go. They got to go 99.5 yards with 3:47 left in the first half.
You talked a lot about Matt Knoll, but that was a great play by the South Carolina State punter there to be able to.
Mr. Roberts. I don't know why I called him Kyle Gallegos. Kyle Gallegos is a punter for another whole institution. I'm sorry. And the punter's letting everybody know that he did his thing. I get he's part of the team too.
Yeah, I gotta say this. I don't like the body language of South Carolina State on the sideline.
Me neither. They look defeated as all get out.
I mean, the special teams player there's trying to hype him up because he sees like there's a lot of unsureness. There's a lot of unconfidence. There's a lack of confidence on that sideline.
Yeah,
they could really use a big stop here.
Second and 9 from about the 2 yard line. Mulligan picks up about 7, actually 8. So it's going to be 3rd and 1 from the 10. If South Carolina State gets a stop here, Berry's got to burn one of those timeouts, I would think. John Hannibal's back in the game for South Carolina State. That's a good sign. Yep, they get a stop here. So now Chennis, well, actually, I keep forgetting there's the 2-minute warning now in college football. So now he doesn't have to use the timeout.
Right.
Josh Barker with a big play. So we will go to the 2-minute warning, ladies and gentlemen, or the 2-minute timeout, as they like to call it now. I just remember this being the 2-minute warning when I was coming along, but whatever. So we're at the 2-minute timeout here. Jackson State leads South Carolina State 14-0. Yo, did he just? I think that young man. Oh wow!
What happened? I missed it. What happened?
Looked like a dude on the South Carolina State sideline just collapsed.
Yeah, he just collapsed. Yeah, that looks scary.
Well, hopefully he's okay. But Lorenzo, here's the good news: we are on at least once a week, most times 2 times a week. You guys can we have a Monday live show where we usually recap the comings and goings of Black college football. We'll probably shift that to basketball a little bit, and then we have our Wednesday show, which is the round table. That's where we talk about everything that's going on in Black college sports and a little bit of things off the beaten path. Like you find out that I don't like macaroni and cheese, or you may find out that that I sing sometimes, and Jared Hoffman's mom, shout out to Miss Kathy, is like, y'all need to mute his microphone. So we have a good time on those Wednesday shows. So feel free to come through. We are on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then we do special things like this from time to time as well. So be sure, again, subscribe to us subscribe to the YouTube channel, become a level 1, level 2 member. Follow us on social media at X, Facebook, Threads, TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky. We're everywhere. And don't forget to go to hbcusports.com for all the written stories that we put out. We put out at least 4 or 5 stories a day because there's always something going on in Black college sports.
So while we've got some time to kill, I was perusing YouTube. I watch an awful lot of YouTube, by the way. And YouTube recommended a particular video. And after watching this video, I went to the channel and I'm just like, wow. It's a channel called Sports Dissected. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that channel.
This is my first time hearing of it.
And basically all they do is provide tours of college facilities.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's the dude. The dude that runs that channel. He used to be the whatchamacallit, a creator on Nice Kicks, which is like a shoe centered YouTube channel. Like before he left there, he started doing like he would tour NFL facilities and then shifted to college facilities, and then he started this page where he would tour all these college facilities. Yeah, that page is, first of all, shout out to my mama in the chat.
Hey, Miss Kathy.
Yeah,
we love Miss Kathy.
I love Miss Kathy too, but I call her mom. So,
yes, ma'am.
Anyway, yeah, that page is insane.
Yeah, man. So all they do, and I mean, you know it, but then they give you a behind the scenes tour of some of these facilities, man, and you be like, damn, this is college.
I think what's even more discouraging is if you watch Texas high school football.
Oh, well, I got firsthand view of that. I can tell you some stories. As a person who has lived in Texas for well over 30 years of my adult life, I didn't really get fully engaged, with the phenomenon of Texas high school football until my son started playing high school ball. And I would hear all of these stories about some of the shenanigans that these programs would do. And yeah, I'm familiar with the facilities. That wasn't the deal, Friday Night Lights, the movie, and all this other stuff, man. I'm just like, you would hear some of these stories. And I'm like, what? I don't believe that. After 4 years of my son playing high school ball, I can honestly say, believe that. The things that some of these kids / parents will do is just mind-boggling. The extent in which they will take, literally moving, they will literally move, sell their homes, or just move to a particular district just so they can be a part of a particular program. It is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. The extent that some of these, it's not the kids, it's the parents that they will take to make sure that their son, and even some cases daughter, depending on what sport she participates in, will do to get recognized or to be affiliated or part of a particular program. It is absolutely mind-boggling to me.
Stage parents are terrifying.
Who?
Stage parents.
Man, I just
Shoot, I worked in youth football, and I've seen how serious it is even down here. Like, did y'all see
that that transfer portal thing for a 6-year-old?
Oh my God.
What?
That was hilarious.
What?
Stupid.
What?
So stupid.
6? Did you say 6? What do you mean?
This kid playing Pop Warner said, or whatever it was, said that he was entering the transfer portal.
Okay.
It's out of control, I swear. Oh man.
Oh. So, my son attended a school that is known. It's produced some players. And there's one particular player, I'm not gonna name any names, but let's just say there is one particular player who left to play at LSU, transferred, and plays for another school that is in the Big 12. I don't want to get too specific.
Right.
Let's just say that from an academic perspective, he has some challenges. And then my son tells me Dad, such and such got a 26 on the ACT. I'm like, no, he didn't. Like, yes, he did. I'm like, no, he didn't. I'm like, how? That's all I'm saying, Dad. That's all I'm saying. You know, yes. This person played at LSU for a couple of years and transferred to another very prominent D1 institution. And all I would just simply say is, I hope for this, for this person's sake, I hope this person goes to the league. True story. My son took a class with this guy and they were having a discussion about career goals and things of that nature. And they asked this individual, what do you want to do once you're older? And he goes, play in the league. Yeah, but I okay, fine. Now what happens, you know, that requires some, you know, a lot of moving pieces. But what if that doesn't work out? He said the league. And if that doesn't work out, what the league? In essence, he's saying there is no plan B. And I hope I've had it. Look, and I want to say this, nice guy. I'm not going to go, you know, there were some, you know, there are some family issues and so forth. But all I will just simply say is for this person, man, I hope it works out. Phenomenal talent, without question. But I hope it works out for him. But I say all that to say, I just find it fascinating, the steps that some of these parents will take and will make to get their sons and daughters to compete at the next level. But Texas high school football, the Friday Night Lights movie, there's, man, it is. I thought it was just all bogus, but now that I've had a chance to experience it for 4 years on my own and to see what some of the things that some of these parents will do, it is all true. It is all true.
We just saw a flashback to the 2021 Celebration Bowl where South Carolina State took care of Jackson State pretty handily, 31-10. I think that still might be one of the most shocking Celebration Bowl results since this game has actually started.
Yeah, just want to extend a happy birthday.
Man, Jacoby Morgan was smart to bat that ball down because that would have been going the other way. Had been going the other way. Boy. Jayden Brockton gets the hands up, 44 tips it, and Maury's like, nah, let me bet that thing on the ground.
Smart play by Jacoby Morgan. We'd like to extend a happy birthday shout out to Clark Atlanta head coach Teddy Keaton. He shared on Twitter today. It's his birthday. Just want to extend him a happy birthday.
His birthday gift could be an FCS job.
Okay, so Lorenzo Johnson was doing so well.
Oh, come on, Low. No.
And things were going.
You're new here, so we're going to extend you some.
And things were going so well.
Lorenzo, we're going to extend you some grace because you're new here, but that's kind of a sore topic because Ed Reed. Look, let me just give you the rundown because you're new here. Ed Reed had obviously his opportunity at Bethune-Cookman was taken away from him because he made some questionable decisions in what he chose to share on social media and how he went about, sharing his thoughts about what Bethune-Cookman was going through. And it didn't breed positivity, in the way that he just didn't go about, sharing his grievances about what Bethune-Cookman had fairly. And he wasn't even supposed to be on campus when he was doing this. So I just think that you have to be of a certain character to coach at an HBCU, and you have to have a certain patience when coaching at an HBCU, and Ed Reed did not display that. Now, if he were to join a coaching staff as a position coach or as a coordinator, maybe. But as a head coach, pump the brakes on that. But it'll be a while before he's a head coach, especially at an HBCU.
Yeah, hopefully never. I mean, he can be a head coach anywhere else, just not at HBCU for me. But yes, yeah. So low now so Lorenzo, now that you have the update, I think we need to do what Around the Horn does, what Tony Reale does with the banned words. We need to make Ed read a banned word.
No, but Lorenzo doesn't know any better. So all I'm gonna just say is this, Lorenzo, because I get it. It's a question, but my argument has always been: if you really want to coach, you don't limit yourself to just an HBCU. The only time Ed Reed's name ever comes up is when it involves an HBCU, and this is a guy who played at the University of Miami. So I'm just saying, just look at those things, you know.
Meanwhile, Jack
Willie Simmons was named the head coach at FAU. Jerry Mack was named the head coach at Kennesaw State. I'm saying, you know, but if Ed Reed wants to coach, you never heard his name associated with any of those jobs. Why not?
So Jackson State is going to try a 53-yard field goal here.
Why not?
Gerardo Beza. Remember last year when Jackson State didn't have a kicker and the girl from the soccer team came on and kicked? That was fun. Gerardo Beza, and that's blocked.
4 seconds. What? Okay, so 1 second left.
Okay,
that's
so now
that's a Hail Mary.
Yep. South Carolina State special teams bailed him out there, buddy.
That could have been disastrous.
Are you allowed to advance a block field goal?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of an extra point?
Yeah, it's the extra point you can't advance.
Oh, okay, cool.
The field goal is a fair game. 35 came through, man, and just said, all right, I got this.
Speaking of the woman kicker that you're talking about, Chris, shout out to Leilani Armenta.
Yes.
Who was I believe the second woman to grace the field of college football, and I believe the first.
She was the first at the D1 level. The first overall in D2 was India Pulfis for Shaw.
I think she was the second for D1. There was a kicker for Vanderbilt. That was
I meant from an HBCU perspective.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't care what Vanderbilt does.
Oh, right.
But yeah,
second HBCU, first from at the Division I level. I believe the first one was from Shaw.
Yeah,
India.
What
are they reviewing?
Good
for
question.
What?
And they have the backup in, I believe. The backup quarterback is in.
What are we reviewing?
I have to. I put it on mute so I could hear myself talk because I don't know what they're reviewing. Oh, they want to know. They want to know if what's his face was down. I know the person that originally got his hand on the recovery. Because if not, that's going to move the ball back 10 yards. But if it's not, then South Carolina State's going to have it at the Jackson State 39.
He didn't have possession.
No.
Yeah, he didn't have possession. No. And the player celebrating, he could have recovered it.
Well, Lorenzo, I'm a teetotaler, so I have like some water or some hot chocolate. But if y'all want to get drinks, y'all can. I don't drink. Yeah, they want to see if did he have? Oh, yeah, he never had possession.
Yeah, he never had possession.
So
okay. If he did have possession, that ball was coming out before he hit the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 1 second left on the clock. So South Carolina State has one shot at the end zone before the first half ends. And they do have Ryan Stubblefield in at quarterback now.
And I think he should start for the second half because I don't know what's going on with Eric Phoenix, but he just doesn't have it today.
Interception. And there's a lot of real estate in front of him.
Wow.
Wait, there's a flag, though.
Wait. All right, so I'm just now seeing the interception.
Let's see what the flag is for, though.
I see him at the 30. I see him at the 40, the 50. He's down the sideline. And my dad is upstairs watching the game. He just now seeing it too. And the flag is on. I don't know. I'm not there yet.
Yeah, that's going to be a hold.
Of course it is. So now they've had a pick six called back, and they've had a punt return called back. And that is absolutely a hold. That is the right call.
Yes. Yes, it is. But either way, that's a disastrous end to the first half for South Carolina State. Look at TC. TC like, we cool.
It could be a lot worse, though.
Yes.
It could be a lot worse.
I just excoriated the referees on the punt return, but yeah, that's the correct call. He had him all up and down by the shoulder pads and the helmet. That is an easy call.
So that is a very good call. That is a very good call.
And that takes us to the end of the first half, I believe.
Okay. Whoa.
Wait, what's going on? The referees are talking to Chennis Berry.
Okay, so they decided to take the holding penalty, which of course they had to. So there's going to be one untimed down. So if I'm Jacoby Morgan, I'm taking a knee. We going.
Okay.
Why not? Why not just decline it and go to halftime?
Because that would have been a touchdown.
Oh, right. I'm stupid. Terrible decision.
Yeah, we would have been roasting Chennis Berry for a lifetime had he not accepted that penalty. So yeah. I mean, what are the odds that Jackson State throws a Hail Mary here that ends in 6 points?
This is why I'm not a head coach, guys. I pay no attention.
So, yeah, they're going to take a knee. Yeah, so Jacoby Morgan's going to take a knee, ladies and gentlemen, and that untimed down will end the first half. So we got Jackson State 14, South Carolina State nothing. So before we, get to the battle of the bands, if you will. Oh, this is the first time South Carolina State been shut out in the first half all season. Wow. Jeez Louise. So,
not only that, I don't think they've trailed many times going into halftime. In general.
Okay. I'm gonna make a halftime prediction. South Carolina State is gonna come back guns blazing. This will be this. I'm predicting. I could be wrong, and yes, I am going. I want Jackson State to win this game, but I'm predicting this game is going to be. This is going to become a close game. We're going to have this won't be a blowout. I don't think this is going to be a blowout. Who gets the ball? Start the third quarter.
Jackson State.
Okay. I don't think this is going to be a complete blowout. But who knows? Chennis Berry may be on the phone right now with some other coaches from the MEAC.
This is just the second time all season that South Carolina State has trailed at halftime. The last time they trailed at halftime was against Florida A&M.
And that was one of the last games they lost too.
So Kendrick, while we've got you, can you give us from a press box perspective your halftime analysis and report some stuff that you know?
Yeah, like a lot is happening in the first half, and if you're a South Carolina State fan, not a lot of it's good. Eric finished on the 39 yards passing. Does not look as mobile as he has before he was injured. He tried a couple of runs, stay outside. JSU defenders were all over him. He was limping around on the sideline. That's very disappointed in himself. Not playing with a lot of confidence. He's just a tick or two off in the passing game. Miscommunication with wide receivers, not being very accurate with the ball, not stepping into a lot of his throws. It's just like the time is completely off with their offense running. They really can't run the ball, and they really can't pass it. Jackson State defensive line has played really, really well so far. They have limited South Carolina State, last time I checked, to a grand total of 62 yards. Haven't been able to get any explosive plays at all. And if not for 2 penalties, they could be down 28-0 at this point.
So, what's your take on the body language of South Carolina State sideline? I'm not sure.
Conversely, if you're looking at Jackson State, Jacoby Morgan has played a workman-like first half, 9 of 12 passing, 139 yards, a touchdown pass, and another long pass in the second quarter where he hit Ian Spencer on their 67-yard gain. I said going in, like, he's going to make a play or two in this football game that may decide it. And the couple of throws he's made has been really big. His legs have also came into play. He's rushed the ball 6 times already for 10 yards. Jackson State has run the ball successfully, 84 yards. Not a lot of big gains, but it's been a death by 1,000 cuts if you're South Carolina State. It's been getting beat on 4, 5, 6, 7-yard gains throughout, both by Irv Mulligan and by Monty Matthews, actually leading rusher for the Tigers for 14 yards so far. So Jackson State really outplayed South Carolina State on both sides of the ball and on special teams too, save for penalties and save for a block kick. So if it's South Carolina State, maybe do you go with Brian Stubblefield, despite the fact he threw an interception at the end of the first half, because Eric Phoenix does not look healthy at all out there.
Jacoby and Morgan's 9 of 12, 139 yards and a touchdown. So based upon what we've seen up to this point, we might be looking at Stubblefield starting in the second half of South Carolina State. What do we know about him? Anybody?
So he played when Eric Phoenix went down.
He did come in to throw the last pass of the Hail Mary. So I'm guessing either Eric Phoenix is capable of throwing a Hail Mary, or he's just too injured to even compete at this point.
Yeah, he looks like he certainly doesn't have the mobility that we've seen him play all season long. So he looks like he's hampered. I guess the question is it likely we'll see Stubblefield the second half?
I mean, the possibility got to be on the table because they're getting nothing from the passing game at all. And the Black College Player of the Year hasn't given them anything in the rushing attack either, being a dual threat quarterback. But the biggest issue for South Carolina State is they got to get off the field because that 9-minute drive at the end of the first quarter, start second quarter, took the defense's energy just out of them. You saw late in the first half, a player on the sideline just collapsed. There was fatigue. Those players are absolutely gassed after that drive. That drive totally took them out. And Jackson State was able to take advantage of by continuing to run the football, eat up more clock, keep them on the field and wear them down. So it's going to be paramount in South Carolina State in the second half. Where was their quarterback? Sustain drives, sustain long drives too.
So we saw where that player collapsed. That there wasn't any other issue other than just fatigue. Is that what that was?
Yeah, just tired. Like you can see on the field, like a lot of players with their hands on their hips, they're breathing heavy, jerseys untucked. They're not caring about how their shoulder pads look. They need a break. So hopefully in the second, and they don't get a break because Jackson State, they get the ball to start the third quarter. So they're going to be on the field again right away. So they're going to need a quick 3 and out or a really short drive to keep their energy going.
So Jared, you mentioned what in the event that we see Ryan Stubblefield start for South Carolina State in the second half, what do we know about him?
So he stepped in for Eric Phoenix when he got hurt in the Morgan State game. Actually played really well against Morgan State. You know, it was a big part of their 54-7 win against Morgan State. He was the starter for Norfolk State.
Yeah,
season
I'll
finale.
just say, like,
Hold on, Kendrick. You probably can't hear. Let Jared is talking.
Yeah, so Stubblefield, he was a part of the Morgan State and the Norfolk State wins, but this is the biggest game that he's been a part of. So he hasn't had much experience throughout the season outside of those 2 games. So I can't imagine what he would be like in this situation. being thrusted into game that he probably wasn't expected to play in with, Eric Phoenix ready to go. So I think those two games could be a good barometer for what he could potentially do in this one. But coming off the bench cold in the second half, I'm not sure how that's going to work out for South Carolina State. But they need a boost somewhere, and he could potentially provide some kind of spark for them.
All right, Kendrick, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, where was the quarterback of South Carolina State? They have to maintain drives because their defense is gas at this point. I don't know, like, with the punishment the JSU running game is giving their defense, if they can come back if this continues at this rate. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come out in the second half. Chinnisberry is good at making some second-half adjustments, but at the same time, Jackson State has shut out 5 of their last 7 opponents after the second half. So they don't give up anything either after the break. They make really good adjustments too. So it's going to be an uphill battle for the Bulldogs for sure.
Yeah, any comments, Chris?
I don't want to say I'm shocked that Jackson State has this big of a lead. I'm more shocked that just, as Jared noted, South Carolina State's body language seems incredibly defeated. And it's too early to feel like that. I mean, you still got 30 minutes of football, but you have to make up in your mind that you're still going to come out and compete. But yeah, this Jackson State team came ready to play. And, as much as we talked about, the layoff and different things of that nature and, rust versus rest, it just feels like Jackson State is the football team that wants it, regardless of how much time they've had to relax or not. So South Carolina State has to find it in them to kind of match that intensity or else.
Yeah, like
one of the J Set's wigs. It had a wig come off.
Oh, I missed that.
We're gonna talk about the referee.
Oh man,
her wig came off.
Oh man,
on the kickoff return for a touchdown.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
Anyway, okay.
She was able to get it back on.
Yeah, but Chris, I was gonna say, like, South Carolina State, they do look defeated. Their body language is not very good at all, like you mentioned. Like, they look like they've been like hit with a sonic boom, pardon the expression.
Well, she had a chance to pick up the win.
Yeah, but like, I don't think they anticipated that say hit them in the mouth like this. It's gonna be interesting to see how they respond to it because when they got that 4th down stop, we thought, okay, here comes the momentum back in their favor. And then they get the ball back and they try some weird special teams play with the kicker that goes nowhere. They absolutely just killed whatever momentum they had. I know taking a risk, but like it was like 4th and long. It was like 4th and 1. I don't understand that play call at all. So
Kendrick, I'm kind of under, and maybe there's a part of me that wants to see this. Like I said, I obviously I am supporting the SWAC team, but I don't know if I necessarily want to see a blowout. I do want to see a pretty competitive contest, but I am thinking. I kind of have the belief that Chinnisberry is going to make some adjustments that may give South Carolina State, put them in a position to where this game could actually be competitive somewhere at some point during the second half. Given what we've seen up to this point, do you think we could possibly potentially get out of hand?
Yeah, they're going to have to do something and immediately. So our offense has to be on the field for more than 6 plays each drive. Their longest drive is 6 plays so far. And it ended in a fake field goal that didn't go anywhere. They have to do what they've been doing all season. Play fast, be aggressive. They did that first drive. But after that, the pace of the game just slowed down. And a lot to do with that long drive. The Tigers went on. That 9-minute drive took the momentum away from the defense and the offense. They were never able to get back on after that. So whatever they do, they're going to need to do it really quickly, too, because Jackson State seems to be the better team so far.
Guys?
I can't find any argument with that. They definitely look like the better team right now. And, again, it just comes down to putting yourself in a position, just to have that that mental toughness to say we're not losing this game. And I don't see that from South Carolina State right now. I see a lot of we can't catch a break. Okay, so go make yourself some breaks. That's what you're gonna have to do in the second half. And I mean, again, it could be worse. That Travis Terrell punt return, with a personal foul, which I did not know you could call a personal foul for unnecessary roughness in the middle of a play, could happen.
From my perspective, like in the press box, like I could see that like the players involved for both sides, they were jostling with each other, and the Jackson State player knocked the helmet off the South Carolina State player, and that's why he got called for that foul.
Okay, so the helmet came off.
Helmet came off. Yeah.
Well, see, they showed on TV. They showed us a regular block.
Right. Yeah. So that may not have been the play that they were referring to then.
No, Sonic Boom. That holding was absolutely holding.
But save for those two penalties, like this could be like a real difficult opportunity for the Bulldogs to get back in this football game.
Yeah, Sonic Boom, man. That hold was a hold.
Yeah, that hold was absolutely a correct call. The unnecessary roughness, we didn't get the
advantage. Out here and go back to the press box. Just give y'all an update of how maybe this could be a football game.
Hey, Kendrick, have you had your meal yet?
I'm trying to get it right now.
Yeah,
there's a lot of hungry people around here, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you might want to go ahead and get that. Go ahead. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience. Go ahead, and get you something to eat, man, because it will go away.
I will say that I'm sitting right next to Keisha Kelly in the press box, so I'm really excited about today.
She's excited.
Yes.
So you're literally sitting next to Keisha Kelly right now. Oh, you were? Okay. Okay.
In the press box, I'm out in the lobby in the meal area.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. Well, you tell her we said hello, and if she wants to come on, she's more than happy to give us her perspective. But keep up the good work, man. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
All right, cool.
All right, man.
I'll keep doing your thing.
All right, bro.
Yep.
That is Kendrick Marshall.
I love that ABC is showing the full halftime show.
Yes.
I really love that they're doing that. Would love to see them give some in-game analysis. I mean, so some analysis of the game, but I love that they're showing the halftime show.
Well, typically, so this goes, a typical halftime show would provide you with, there's not a whole lot of football going on right now. So this might be pretty damn appropriate. Because, if typically this game in the past had been the third weekend in December, and, this would have been the first game, and then we would have gotten something like the Las Vegas Bowl, and, there would have been a lot of, pomp and circumstance promoting those games too. So,
I mean, but usually during halftime of the games, and obviously you said there's no other games on, usually they'll just talk about any FBS game that's
true. That's true. So, right. The Army Navy game, is that on? When does that come on? Is that on yet? Is that 3:00? Okay. All right.
There's Jay Walker, the potential Black College Football Hall of Fame member. He's a finalist for the 2025 class of the Black College Football Hall of Fame. We talked about that on our Wednesday show. The potential finalist for not the potential finals, the finalist for the 2025 Black College Football Hall of Fame class. Yep. We gave our perspective on that. You can go to our YouTube channel to check that out if you haven't seen it. That was part of our roundtable show.
So this is what I'm gonna do. We got time. I've got the link in the chat button. If you guys, any of you guys who are watching and you got comment you'd like to make about the game or just something in particular we've discussed up to this point, by all means, take a moment, click on, we'll invite you on. You don't have to show your face. You can just talk to us and we can just have some conversation. This is just a party like you would. It's a virtual party, you just like you would be at a bar and you would just talk to some of your friends while you watch the game. And that's all we're doing right now. It's just that some of us have to stick around after the game. You guys can go away. We got to do some other stuff.
Yep.
Sonic Boom 98. Where you at, bro? Are you at the game? You come on in, man. If you like it, I'd love to hear from you. Get your perspective on some stuff. Since you said that blocking was that penalty was some BS, even though it was a holding. But I'm just simply saying I'm on your side though. Chris Williams said the only other games. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. See, the only other games is on South Dakota State putting a whooping on Incarnate. Oh, that's on right now? Oh, that game's on now. 30. They must be playing in South Dakota. That ain't nothing new, man. This is going to probably be an FCS final between North Dakota State and South Dakota.
That's a good question, K. Hudson.
Is this one of the few times that the SWAC has dominated the Celebration Bowl? Both. That is a great. You know what? Now you're gonna make me pull up. Yeah, I don't recall total domination. This may be. It's just first half. Just first half. FAMU was pretty stout last year, though. FAMU was pretty stout last year. But, you know, this is a shutout. I don't think we saw a shutout at all since the 10-0 win over when Grambling had that 10-0 win over North Carolina State. But that was a defensive battle too. I mean, North Carolina Central. North Carolina
10-9.
10-9. That's what it was. Yeah.
The infamous helmet game.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I
don't think that would have mattered much anyway.
You don't think what would have mattered much?
The personal foul for the holding. I mean, that kicker for Central back then had been kind of suspect all year long. So I don't think. I mean, there still would probably been a good chance he would have missed that or got it blocked. So I mean, well,
I have no complaints.
I know. I know you don't, but yeah. I just when I think about it, I'm like, yeah, it was a silly thing, but that kicker had been bogus most of the year anyway, so it really wouldn't have made that much difference. He still probably would have got it shanked somehow. But yeah, this is this is what Ken Rashad is angling towards, because his Tigers are the only traditional SWAC team to win a Celebration Bowl. I mean, he said Florida A&M still got that MEAC residue.
That got that MEAC residue. That's right.
So he's hoping that Jackson State, one of the original gangsters of the SWAC, can finish this thing off.
That's right.
Can finish this thing off.
Because look, man, it was looking ugly for a while, man. This was the back when this was the Rod Broadway Bowl. You know,
Broadway, man. Is he the only one to win a Celebration Bowl on both sides?
On both sides.
Because wasn't he Grambling's coach in 2016?
No.
Yeah, no.
Okay, all right.
Broderick Fobbs.
I forgot about old Brod Fobbs. Yeah.
Who is currently a coordinator? I believe he's he's
at ULM.
Yeah, ULM.
Running backs coach at ULM.
Louisiana Monroe. Raging Cajuns. Shouts out to Andrew Toney, the Boston Strangler.
Red Lobster Band of the Year.
Oh yeah, A&T, not A&T, Florida A&M and Miles won Band of the Year.
Okay, so we might need to go ahead and
cheddar biscuits for everybody
and address this band thing. Now, look, I love marching bands. I do. I love it, and this operation has done the very best that it could to feature bands, halftime shows. At some point, we'll possibly put up the best 20 cover songs of 2024 and so forth. But this ranking system that ESPN's got out there, man, I'm telling you now, I have some idea who's behind that. That is just flat out garbage. Just flat out garbage. I'm gonna just simply, I probably shouldn't say this, but I am going to say it. All right. Jackson State's Sonic Boom of the South right now is the undisputed heavyweight champion of HBCU bands. Period. And this is coming from a Grambling guy. these things, they're cycles. But whatever this thing that ESPN is doing, and you don't have Jackson State at least somewhere. Come on, man. I mean, you just don't insult the public. We've got band directors they're looking at precision and sportsmanships and music. What's this? Practicality and all this other stuff that, man, folks like what they like.
Oh, so it sounds like they running things real Flight of the Bumblebee-ish over there.
Flight of the Bumblebee is hilarious.
Give us some Flight of the Bumblebee.
That's not a way. I mean, because like Ken said, people know what they want to see, man.
Oh, man.
All right, so South Carolina State kicking off to start the second half here. Jackson State has a chance to really put the foot on the throat. We will see what happens. And they're going to start deep in their own territory. So I know we're talking about two coaches who are just starting their programs. I mean, this is TC's second year at Jackson, and this is Chennisberry's first year at South Carolina State. But what does what does a win for TC Taylor look like in terms of his I guess reputation or legacy at Jackson State if they're able to pull this off?
Well, let me just say this. In the case of TC Taylor, who's already beloved by the folks at J State, a win just simply puts a cherry on top of the sundae. That's just the cherry on top. This would be in essence the end of the perfect story or a comeback story when you put in consideration what he had to endure once he became the head coach. And you guys made me aware of just how bare the cupboard was when he took over. Because look, I mean, literally, when Deion Sanders left for Colorado, a lot of everybody left and jumped ship, and so he was forced. Now, I will say this though, and guys, feel free to disagree with me. I think that it did help to some degree that while he may not have necessarily had the talent, and that he had to kind of like start over, that he, at the very least, he was able to ride the momentum of the attention that Jackson State had gotten when Deion Sanders left.
Oh, turnover.
Oh, wow. See?
Oh boy.
Oh, well. So,
and they are deep in Jackson State territory.
Right.
That is
I was going to say that might be.
So this is a game-defining drive for South Carolina State. If they don't score here, I don't see a path to victory.
You don't see what? Wait a minute. So say that again.
I mean, look, this is their best possible opportunity.
You're saying if they don't capitalize, you don't see a path to victory.
If they don't capitalize and score a touchdown, then their path to victory is going to be very slim.
That is Diego Addison, one of the Benedict transfers. So if anybody had any questions about how Division II players are going to do at the FCS level, the questions have been answered. Ryan Stubblefield is indeed starting the second half of quarterback for South Carolina State.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be crucial. We're going to see just how effective Ryan Stubblefield can be.
Fred Allen called Jacoby a turnover machine. Oh, what?
Hold on a second.
Oh, they saying that
that was a fumble?
That's what they're saying.
They look like they're saying he's down.
They're going to review it at least.
Whoa. As of right now, they're saying that's a fumble.
I don't think so.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Chennisberry is perplexed.
I think we all are.
I believe that was Philip Webb.
No,
he's down.
No,
he's down.
He's down. Yeah. Come on, referee. Be serious. He's down.
But the ruling on the field is a fumble.
Yeah.
Oh, come
Unless
on.
The ball came loose. No, the ball is secure.
Yeah, he's down.
It came out very late. So there's no way that they
The ruling on the field is a fumble, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So if they don't have evidence to turn that over,
they're not going to uphold that.
They can't. There's no way. There's no way they can uphold that. All right, so replay's coming. So
where's the knee? Not yet. Nope, it didn't go down. Uh-oh. Might be a fumble, man, because the knee never went down, and the ball looks like it's starting to come out.
Oh man! See, I didn't see
the ball. The question is the ball starting to come out before he goes down? I don't see the ball about to come out.
Well,
yeah, that's gonna. Well, Stubblefield's back on the field, so it looks like they are going to overturn it at least.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I don't see the ball about to come out. The ball came out late when he was already down.
Yes.
He's saying he thinks it's going to stand. The ball doesn't look like it's going to come out. I don't know.
That ball did not look like it was about to come out. That ball looked like it came out very late.
All right, so I see
the knee. The knee never went down.
The knee doesn't go down.
Knee doesn't go down.
But the booty's down.
His butt is down. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. His butt is down. That's that. Okay.
The knee is down, but the ball still isn't coming loose.
Yeah, and the ball loose. Yeah, and they reversed the call. It makes sense. Yeah, he was down already.
Yeah.
That would have been disastrous.
Man, talk about it.
That might have been the game for me.
Yeah.
Even with all this time left, with the way that the momentum has been going in Jackson State's way, that would have been the game for me if they had upheld that. But I knew they weren't going to uphold it.
Okay.
So
shout out to Kobe, who was on the round table with us on Wednesday. He just shared a video of Aubrey Miller on the sideline talking mess before the game. So Jackson State.
Yeah, they were talking mess before yesterday during the luncheon, I believe.
Jackson State is out in full effect, trying to get their first Celebration Bowl win in 3 attempts, in their third attempt.
3rd and 2 right now for South Carolina State. They got to convert this. They have to convert this. And they can't because he's sacked.
How I changed it to ESPN 3 and I'm still behind y'all.
So is that the coach's son?
Wow, something. That is a great blitz by the linebacker right there. That is a great blitz call.
That's one of those old Madden 96 hits. He didn't see it, but I'll guarantee he felt it.
So a well-timed blitz right there. The defensive lineman didn't account for the linebacker on the blitz.
Are we field goal or what? What are we looking at here?
Delay a game.
Yeah, they're punting. So they're punting. So the turnover, they're not able to capitalize off of it.
That's a killer.
Yeah, their path to victory is looking very slim unless they're able to force another turnover.
Try to coffin corner and he shanked it. So it's going to end up. Yeah.
They score. If J State scores and this drive is over.
I'd say yes.
Things just keep getting worse for South Carolina State. This is
Some days, every dog has its day. Well, it's not South Carolina State's day right now.
look for all y'all Jackson State folk that's gonna come in here bragging if y'all win this game. Don't tell me that y'all expected this. I refuse to believe y'all expected this to happen like this. I know y'all expected to win, but ain't no way y'all expected it to happen like this.
I can't. They swear it's JSU by 40, but they could not have seen this level of domination coming. And it's only 14-0. It feels like, again, it should be 28-0, to be honest. So, I mean, this Jackson State team has shown up, rest or no rest. They've come to play a football game. South Carolina State somehow just hasn't had that same intensity.
And what's crazy is they're doing it with their backup running back. Amari Matthews is their leading rusher with 41 yards on 7 attempts.
Yeah, Fred Allen just asked a really good question. Irv and Travis Terrell haven't played in a while. Any injury news? That's a good question.
We'll have to get Kendrick on that one.
Yeah. Our intrepid on-the-scenes reporter.
I mean, he just clocked out, too. So,
yeah,
is this right?
It had been a rough day for Irv Mulligan. He had only had 29 yards on 13 carries. Did have a touchdown, but yards had been hard to come by for him.
South Carolina State has 51 net total yards.
Yeah.
Compared to 222 yards, J-State.
J-State's had them in the box.
That's yeah. That like Chris said, this could easily be something like 28-0 right now.
They had a punt return callback. They had a pick six callback. So,
wow.
When we said their ability to run the ball was going to be the key for them, they have 12 rushing yards on 13 carries. So,
not ideal. Not ideal at all.
And then you combine that with the fact that the best part of their offense, their passing game, hasn't been there because their quarterback isn't 100%. And you have a recipe for disaster for South Carolina State.
Let me get some advanced stats here. Anything that sticks out.
Sonic Boom is so serious. He's riding the referees hard. He said we about to be battling.
Y'all are up 14-0. What more do you want?
He won't 40.
He won't 40. JSU by 40. They should be up 28-0. They really should. They really should.
He wants 40.
He said South Carolina State made he doze off at halftime. That's cold-blooded.
Okay. So at this point, South Carolina State's defense is going to have to like really play lights out. And may very well have to help in it probably with another turnover or two before this game gets out of hand.
Yeah, they have to force a turnover again. If they don't.
And I think they're down a couple of their best defenders too. I think Assad Hall. I haven't seen Assad Hall in a minute.
Yeah, because he went down, his shoulder was hanging, so that's never a good thing. I know Hannibal was out for a couple plays, but he ended up coming back in.
And Jaden Brogdon hasn't been able to make the impact like he has all season. Aaron Smith, we haven't heard his name called.
JSU 6 of 10 on third down. South Carolina State 0 for 7. We'll make it 7 for 11 now for Jackson State on third down.
And this is a South Carolina State defense that coming into this game only allowed 32% of third down conversions to their opponent. And now it's 64%.
It's not good if you're South Carolina State. It's very good if you're Jackson State, however. Oh, just a little too long. Oh, they threw the flag. Who's the flag going to be on? That's the question.
Well, I'm waiting for the play to develop. Throws the pass to the outside. Pass is overthrown, and they're going to call pass interference on somebody or holding on somebody.
Is it on Gerard Washington or is it Giannis Fortland? We will soon find out, I suppose. Oh.
Ooh. Wow. That's a break. Oh, shit.
Now TC's salty.
So
that was
offensive holding and offensive pass interference.
So they go with they accept the pass interference penalty. So where's the hold? Oh yeah, 79 had Jaden Brockton in the $1 million dream. Shouts out to Ted DiBiase. And I guess they're not going to show a Fort Lyons penalty on a Washington. But either way, it's a 2nd and 25 or 1st and 25 from the 31-yard line.
Got
it's
fire.
hard to make an impact on the game when somebody's suplexing you.
Be right back.
Once again, Irv Mulligan has not been able to get much going here. Aaron Smith, the Shrine Bowl participant, making his impact felt early here in the second half.
Yep, the SWAC Offensive Player of the Year is not having a big day at all. The 16 carries for 33 yards, does have a touchdown, but that it was a 1-yard touchdown after the big play to Isaiah Spencer.
2 yards in a cloud of dust indeed. It is 2nd and 24 for the Tigers. Morgan fires, gets a completion. So it'll be 3rd and not forever, but it's still a 3rd down and long for J-State here. So if South Carolina State can get off the field here and then move the ball, they still have a chance, but they got to get off the field here. They cannot allow this 3rd and long to be completed. If they do,
I might have to call it if they get this conversion. Ain't no way.
Empty backfield here on 3rd and 14. Ooh, that was an interesting call. Went for the draw, but Morgan is going to be short by a considerable amount, so they will punt.
I'm at Morgan, takes off. Oh, made a move. Oh, it stumbled. I don't think he would have got that even if he would have been able to stay upright.
And TC is pissed. He is letting the refs have it. and Jacoby Morgan coming off a little gingerly as well. So Jackson State will punt it away with Matt Knoll, the former Delaware State punter.
There's a lot of Delaware State to Jackson State connections.
Ooh.
And I'm very confused as to how that happened. Caden High called fair catch, by the way. So South Carolina State will take over inside their own 20.
And Caden High, unfortunate that Eric Phoenix hasn't been able to make a full impact. Caden High has not been able to, get any touches, get involved in the offense. Only has 3 yards on 1 reception.
Was Aaron Smith spying on the drive? Feels like he was. It feels like he was. I mean, I don't know how much spying on Jacoby Morgan you have to do, but if you have to do it, I mean, Aaron Smith, I would imagine, would be the guy you want spying on him. So it's pretty solid, game plan to start. The South Carolina State's offense has got to do something now.
They got to find a way to get the ball in the hands of their playmakers. They haven't been able to get it to their playmakers.
So while we're in timeout, I'm gonna give you guys just a little treat of some photo highlights from the second half, if I can, real quick here.
Shouts out to our photographer Mandela. They're on the scene in the ATL.
Can y'all see that?
Yep.
Ooh-wee.
That
Phenomenal.
TC hoodie look clean as hell, man. I hope that's for sale. And I'm
Yo, that sweatshirt that Chennis Berry is wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's clean.
He's had some fly sweatsuits all year long. I don't know why South Carolina State won't put them joints for sale up.
Them joints will sell out in 30 seconds. Them joints are clean.
Quickly.
Photos courtesy of our in-house photographer, Mandela Davis, my frat brother. Shout out to the noobs.
South Carolina State helmet. Yeah. There's some good photography going on. Yeah. Chennis Berry sweaters.
Yeah, that's pretty fly, isn't it? Yeah.
Man,
yeah.
All of the coaches on their staff has some fly sweatshirts on. I believe I know the brand that makes those. I forget the name of the brand, but they were at our homecoming selling those. Them joints are expensive.
Crowd shots.
I love us as a people, man. I really do. We gonna show out wherever we go.
We do.
One of these days, I might have just to go to a game and just be a fan.
Yeah, pick a good game, go and just enjoy the atmosphere, man. Because there's nothing like it. I mean, I'm just so used to covering stuff, but.
So what is South Carolina State going to do with this possession? We will see.
They got to go 90 yards. So
Travis Hunter.
give it off to KZ Adams, I believe that's it. Who that is?
Yeah.
They're highlighting Travis Hunter, who is a finalist for the Heisman. That'll be announced at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. And Travis Hunter says that he will give a shout out to Jackson State should he win the Heisman. And he spoke glowingly about Jackson State, how they still support him, despite the fact that he's now at Colorado.
Keyshawn Toney, man, he's holding on to some tough passes because Stubblefield was in danger again.
So now this becomes a matter, an issue of pass protection.
Ashton Jeanty has had the best season of running back since Barry Sanders.
I agree. I was going to say this was the wrong year for Ashton Jeanty to have the year that he's having.
Right. Otherwise, any other year, Travis or Ashton Jeanty would have won it.
Yep.
Any other year.
Third and
I don't know. I do not envy the. Hold on. Let me just say this. For everybody that's saying, "Oh, it's clearly going to Travis or it's clearly going to Jeanty," no.
Ooh.
Wow.
Another dude with no shoulder pads makes a big hit, man.
Wow.
Why are these kids not wearing all the proper padding? That's a big hit by Mr. Williams.
Off and they broke up the play in the backfield. Oh man.
He had a clear lane.
Blown assignment.
Yeah.
That was just a blown assignment.
Yeah, that's looking like it's more on South Carolina State's offensive line than it is.
He did not pick up. How do you not?
They stacked the box and everything. That might have been one where you make the read and keep it. That I think that's one where you read it and that's a keeper. Yeah, but what I was saying about the Heisman race, this is a close race. Neither guy is the for sure winner. Ashton Jeanty has a great case and Travis has a great case.
So now they're showing the Heisman winners, best finish by HBCU players. Eric McNair finished third, 94. Jerry Rice finished ninth in 84. And I didn't know Doug Williams finished that high. Wow.
Yeah. Man, it would have been legendary if Travis would have stayed and he still would have been a finalist for the Heisman. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, definitely. That's the first bit of real daylight Irv's had in a couple quarters.
So far, this has really been all about the lack of offensive production from South Carolina State.
Yeah.
The defense hasn't really been a liability. The points were scored pretty much on special teams so far, right?
For the most part.
Yeah, for most of you who aren't watching the game and see that the score is 14-0, it
Oh,
feels like,
wow.
Whoa!
wait a minute.
Flag.
That's usually
the snap just came off on my screen.
as our comment.
Oh,
Holding.
Wow.
Okay. If only that would have stood. That would have been great for his confidence.
That's a break for South Carolina State, buddy.
What you were saying, Chris?
What was I saying?
We were talking about the special teams. I was saying that the South Carolina State's defense has held its own. It's the offense that's been struggling.
Yeah, which is kind of a shock because this is a team that scored 69. Well, I mean, it was Delaware State, but they scored 69 on Delaware State. They've had a couple other big games, where they put up some 40 burgers and whatnot. So, but I think what the more speaks to is that this Jackson State team is just much better than maybe even a few of us anticipated.
And do we have to start having that discussion of South Carolina State just didn't prepare well enough for this game?
I think that's a fair assessment right now. And that was an easy little toss from
screen. Wow, what kind of coverage is that?
Chris, that's a great question. Who was that? That Chris or Jared about preparedness for South Carolina State?
That was Jared.
Yeah, that becomes and there's a part of me that doesn't.
We got another South Carolina State player down.
Wow, yeah, and this play on the replay just illustrates it because where are the Bulldogs?
All right, we got two crossing routes, and we got what looked like a delayed wheel route, and nobody's over there. Wow, that is wow.
I hope that is a cramp because the young man was slamming his fist down on the turf, and you don't want to see anybody. But yeah, this is.
I mean, but going back to the preparedness, look at how many guys have gone down for South Carolina State. Look at all of these broken plays, all of these busted coverages, all of these. It's just so much from a team that had 3 weeks to prepare.
So far, Jackson State's had 6 penalties for 60 yards so far. South Carolina State's only had 1 penalty.
That's the difference between this game still being close and this game being a beat them down.
And 2 of those penalties were crucial, taking away touchdowns. So
yeah. Yeah, I do think if Jackson State scores here, you can call it a game because we are in the latter stages of the third quarter, and South Carolina State's offense has shown absolutely nothing. Yeah, it don't look like a bad cramp if he can limp off. You just hate to see anybody get hurt. But again, it's been more South Carolina State players going down than Jackson State players.
So I think it's fair to say that to this point, South Carolina State has had the worst performance of any team in the Celebration Bowl so far.
You said the worst?
So far of any team in Celebration Bowl. I don't think I've seen a team perform this badly in all phases of the game. Look at them. They just look so unconfident.
Well, A&T, what was that? I think that was that Broadway's last year when they played. Was that Alcorn? Where who was that when Jermaine Martin ran all up and down the field? What year was that?
What was that, 64-44 game?
Yeah, but
I mean, but
wasn't that against Alcorn? But they scored points. But it was a shootout. But it was just too much.
I'm saying in every phase of the game, South Carolina State has just not looked engaged at all. And I would not expect that from a Chennis Berry coached team.
You wouldn't expect it from a South Carolina State program, period.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is just startling to me. Like they just literally look like they want this game to be over with as quickly as possible.
I don't want to give excuses because Jackson State had to play under these conditions too. Could the noon start time be a factor in this at all?
Uh-oh.
The snap hasn't gone off yet on my screen. Got a man in motion.
Gerard Washington
Morgan
kept that
takes
from
Jacoby Morgan picks up the first down.
Gerard Washington kept that from being a touchdown. And he was the only man between him and the end zone. I don't, and Brandon Cyrus asked, what about the Central Grambling Celebration Bowl? It was a low scoring game, but it was still very competitive.
This game isn't competitive whatsoever.
At all.
Don't look at the score and think that tells the whole story. You got to actually watch these games. Watching this game, South Carolina State is not performing like a team that should be here.
Which is stunning because they played like they should have been all year long.
And that's another one of their key pass rushers in Joshua Barker, another guy from Benedict.
First and 10 for the Tigers from the 15. Morgan sees something. He's alerting his guys to it. Let's see what adjustments was made.
The snap hasn't gotten off on my screen yet. I'm just at the point where Morgan is given the recognition. Snap goes off, gives up the mulligan.
This is one of the fastest moving Celebration Bowls I can remember too.
Man, tell me about it.
Normally 4 o'clock, we still in the third quarter. we gonna hit the fourth quarter. It's gonna be quarter of 3.
Shoot, Kendrick might be able to get out of there at like 5.
Maybe. One thing I don't like this Jackson State drive. You got to go for the kill. I mean, yeah, you're deep in their territory. You don't want to fumble or anything, but at the same time, you got a chance to really, put a kill shot here. Don't start running the ball just to try to run the clock out.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it safe right now.
You gotta take some shots towards the end zone. You gotta go for the head shot when you can.
I mean, I can understand them playing it safe. You don't want to put the ball in harm's way.
That's some good defense by South Carolina State. I'm gonna tell you.
Jacoby
the defense is held its own. It's
Mulligan goes in motion. Morgan completes the pass, but it's well short of a first down.
So now they're gonna settle for the field goal here. But now I would have been thinking.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Me neither. So Gerardo Bays is gonna try this one from 25. His first field goal attempt was the 53-yarder that was blocked. Didn't hurt Jackson State. So not really worth mentioning.
And even South Carolina State, when they're coming onto the field
was that? Oh, wow. So South Carolina State was offsides, I believe.
And I'm not there yet. Oh, they called? Yeah.
Now, my question is, if you're TC Taylor, do you send your offense back out on the field?
It's an auto first down, so he has to.
So it was that 4th and short. Okay.
Yeah, auto first down.
Wow. Yikes. Mental errors will kill you every time. First down, Jackson State.
And
you can't blame it. You can't blame it on one person. Everybody jumped. So everybody was not paying attention there for the most part. So now it's 1st and goal. So now Jackson State.
That's absolutely offsides too.
Yeah.
That's the right call. Oh man.
Zion McDonald's in the quarterback right now for J State, so might see some shenanigans here.
All right, I'm just now seeing that the offense has come out on the field. They're in the shotgun. What else is new? Amari Matthews is in that running back. That's a big dude too.
Devo.
Zai gets the snap, has it on the QB keeper, and the pile is pushing but not making any headway.
And that will take us to the fourth quarter once again.
James
This is one
brought
of
up a good point. How many players were involved with that 31-10 Celebration Bowl are still on the team? Let's find out.
one thing I can tell you for sure.
Well, we'll find out in a second. I got to step away. I'll be back.
So this is a quick moving Celebration Bowl here. It is 2:45, and we are already into the fourth quarter.
Not even 3 hours yet.
Yeah, so we've got Jackson State up 14-0. Not much of a very silent third quarter for the most part, and Jackson State is driving. So I think what's stunning me the most is that just how lackadaisical South Carolina State looks in all phases.
Well, right now, I don't know. I don't know if we can really. I don't know, Chris. South Carolina State, to me, defensively, so right now we're looking at possession of time. Jackson State is at about 25 minutes so far. It's right there, 25 minutes. And at some point, that's going to take its toll on any opposing defense. I just think that I don't know if I can put it all on defense.
I think
the offense. I mean, look, and no, it's not an excuse, but I'm just saying, offense is it's been a struggle. It's been a struggle. What have we got right now? What? Phoenix is hurt. He hasn't done much. Ryan Stubblefield, 2 for 3, 5 yards.
And that sack.
Yes. I'm just saying, unfortunately. Okay, if South Carolina State scores, if this is a 14-7 game, we're having a completely different conversation right now. It's just at that point, it's just a one score difference. But Jackson State has held time of possession, and they're getting it done. I mean, now it's just domination right now. And J State could be, again, this could be like right now 28-0, and we haven't seen that. But penalties is what is kind of like been the silent killer. That the Jackson State's penalties are what's making this game not be even more lopsided than it possibly could be. So obviously it's a combination of things. There's not been a whole lot of offensive production from South Carolina State. Jackson State is kind of been shooting themselves in the foot with penalties, and it's only so much you can expect from a South Carolina defense that's been on the field for most of the game. And so here we are. Yeah, I mean, they're literally Jackson State 25 minutes to 30. I mean, that's almost 2 times as long as that's a long time for the defense to be out there on the field.
So here's the question: there has never been a shutout in the Celebration Bowl. Ooh. Will this be the first?
Ooh. It's looking like it.
We are entering that mode.
And this has to be the lowest total yards for a team in a Celebration Bowl. What do they have? Only like what? They have
59
yards.
59 total yards. That's crazy. Huh?
15 rushing yards on 15 attempts.
Ugh.
We said they had to be able to move the ball. They have not been able to do it at all.
Tried to go to the fade for Fortland again. Didn't get it. So it's 3rd and goal once again. Sonic Boom is relentless. He said the refs can't save him if we score here.
It might be over.
Well, they got to score first. It's 3rd and goal from about the 4-yard line. I'm saying this is 2-down territory because, I mean, South Carolina State hasn't proven they can move the ball yet. So if you pin them deep at the 2, they really ain't going nowhere.
I'm still at
Never mind.
Jacobian Morgan is giving the play to the line.
You can cancel Christmas. Irv Mulligan.
The tight end goes in motion, it looks like. Give the ball to Irv Mulligan, and he gets in the end zone quite easily.
Turn off the lights and light a candle. 20
That's
to
after.
nothing.
Yeah, that's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah, because he was barking at Aaron Smith.
Yep, it's a skunk job.
Pass the sticks.
He said, "I'm Irv, damn it, I'm Irv."
And shout out to the coach for letting him know, like, you can't do that.
TC was like, "Come on, buddy. I know you're excited, but you got to chill."
I love to see coaches that don't let stuff like that slide. You can't let those players get those habits and do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Who's that wearing a boot?
Somebody wearing a boot? Oh, I see the boot. Who is that? I can't see.
That is one funny stat that ESPN has posted. Good. Every running QB or RB in the game with Jackson State has a last name that starts with M.
Wow.
Really?
Mulligan, McDonald, McCoy, Morgan.
That's hilarious. That's so true.
That is quality research work by the ESPN production crew.
Well, Travis Terrell has a carry.
Okay, so
technically, but it's still funny though.
Yeah.
How many people have the last name of M?
Big Irv is like, I'm Big Irv, boy. You better recognize. 21-0 J-State here in the 4th quarter. So now, yeah, we start talking about legacies. Yeah, we talk, I mean, well, not legacies, honestly, but reputations. But feels like TC Taylor is going to be one of those guys that goes down in J-State lore. And J-State, let's be clear. Jackson State has had so many famous football players. I mean, they even have a famous basketball player to their credit, for crying out loud. Anybody who was a fan of the NBA in the early 80s may know the name. Folks that don't, but Purvis Short. Yeah. Yep. See, Jared knows ball. Purvis Short, who played.
I was thinking, like, he said Jackson State and ballers. I was like, wait, I know somebody that went to Jackson State that played in the NBA.
Yeah, Purvis Short. He was actually one of the best scoring small forwards of the 80s. He just played for the Warriors before they were actually any good. And actually, Golden State had 2 SWAC legends on their team back in the mid to early 80s. They had Purvis Short from Jackson State and Larry Smith, aka Mr. Mean, from Alcorn State. So, and Al Addles, the late Al Addles, who we just lost this year, he graduated from yeah, he was the general manager. So Coach Addles was looking out for the HBCU guys even way back then.
Yeah, shout out to all of our HBCU hoopers. Shout out to the late Willis Reed, Slick Watts,
Xavier, stand up.
And the modern HBCU hoopers, Ben Wallace, Charles Oakley. The most recent one, Robert Covington.
Roco, Tennessee State.
Yeah, we've had some hoopers. Shout out to Jimmy Smith, who's one of the best in ABA history. Went to Grambling State. So you were talking about legacy.
Sonic Boom is cold-blooded. I'd rather win with TC than the snake oil salesman. Golly.
Yeah, shout out to Lindsey Hunter from Jackson State. Absolutely.
2-time NBA champion. He was on the 02 Lakers and the 04 Pistons, where he actually got his start. He was actually drafted. Was he drafted ahead of Allen Houston? I can't remember. I think he was.
And shout out to Bob Dandridge too from Norfolk State, 2-time NBA champion with the first Milwaukee Bucks NBA championship team and the only Washington Bullets NBA championship team.
Bobby Dandridge had Dr. J dead to rights in the 78 Eastern Conference semifinals. There are OGs around here to this day that still don't know how Bobby Dandridge locked up Dr. J in those Eastern Conference finals, but he did. Okay,
so yeah, legacy talk. I think the people who are smiling biggest from as of right now are Deion Sanders haters. They are having a good laugh with this one. But I think this says a lot about TC and his ability to rally the troops, his ability to make in-game adjustments. He saw that Herb Mulligan needed, some to get fill up for the game, so he went to his backup, Amari Matthews. A lot of people would have stuck with Irv, and allowed him to continue to struggle, but he got Amari Matthews in, allowed him to get some touches and got his confidence going. And then when it was Irv Mulligan's time, he came in and he produced. So I really like the adjustments that he's made. Jacoby and Morgan, recovered well from getting hurt in the SWAC championship game. So good on him to be able to rally the troops when all the talk was about, them only having a week to prepare. But he said it, no excuses, and he had his guys ready to play in this game. Now, when it comes to Chennis Berry, this is going to be another hump he's going to have to hurdle over. The postseason yips, if you will. They, as we mentioned before, they lost their 2 Division II playoff games when they had home field and a first round bye. And now he's looking at 0-3 in the postseason as a head coach. So with all of his success that he's had in the regular season, this is going to be a hurdle that he's going to have to get over, getting a win in the postseason. But yeah, we still got 14 minutes to decide this one, but it has been all Jackson State. South Carolina State needs a boost of energies to come from somewhere. And hopefully Stubblefield is able to give it to him. Maybe KZ Adams break free for a big gain. You got to get the ball in the hand of your playmakers. Caden High has not been able to make an impact in this one. You already had one of your top receivers go down earlier in this game, and Enaj Carter. Man, I struggled through all of that. But anyway, you got to get a spark from somewhere, and maybe give the ball to Caden High on a reverse to give him a touch and maybe get his confidence going. Get the ball to the tight end, who's had some pretty good catching plays so far, but they need a spark somewhere. Go deep into the playbook. I don't know. They got to find something.
This Jackson State team is just, shown up in a way that I don't know if people didn't expect them to, but they literally have just, handled South Carolina State a little easier than any of us would have expected. Jay Walker's tie right now is a favorite of mine. I mean, I like the contrast in the blues. I mean, I hate wearing suits. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't wear suits. I mean, the last time I wore a suit was for the HBCU Sports Awards, and probably the next time I wear a suit will be for the HBCU Sports Awards. But I like Jay Walker's tie. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Diamonds is dancing on Tiffany Green right now.
Man, I guess ESPN pays well.
I would hope so.
So interesting question. I'm kind of reading some of these social media responses, and someone asked a pretty good question. And I see here I'm going to ask on you guys, based on what we've seen up to this point, who's your Celebration Bowl MVP?
Oh man, this is tough.
Oh, that's tough. Well, defensive MVP, I think you might have to go That's there's a lot of candidates that could go for defensive MVP.
I think the big fella for Jackson State, Williams, he really has played well offensively. Oh, Eric Phoenix is back in the game, and
I was just about to point that out. Eric Phoenix is back in the game, so
and he still doesn't have the acceleration
No,
though.
yeah, he's still limping.
So I'm curious, if the plan was to put him in the game, why sit him out for the third quarter? Why keep him on the sideline cold?
They may have given him some sort of treatment.
Yeah.
No, okay, fair. But
I just think that, look, I mean, this is it. I mean, this,
no matter what, the season's over.
Well, right. That's my point. I guess, they're probably asking, are you okay to play? You coach, put me in, coach. So we'll see.
South Carolina State is 0 for 8 on third downs.
And this is 3rd and 11.
Well, that's a good way to start it. That's a very good way to start it.
Oh,
There's still snap hasn't gone off yet. Just getting the snap off. Phoenix gets it to number 12. He breaks down in the middle of the field. And that's the spark they needed.
Yep.
So
no flags on the play that I could see.
Great throw. Well executed.
That's the big play they needed. Great job recognizing the hole in the defense, hole in the coverage. Who was that? Jordan Addison? Or not Jordan Addison. Jordan. What's his face? What's his name?
So I think this is the deepest in JSU territory that South Carolina State's been on. Yeah, that last play went for 64 yards. Their total offense up to that point was 57 yards.
Chris Williams asked the question, JSU, why are you blitzing? Why not?
It's been working so
That's
far.
what I'm saying. You're right.
They just showed one of the sacks right there.
Yeah, right. Why not?
Going back to your question about the MVPs so far, I think right now it's between Asias Guthrie and Williams for defensive MVP.
Defensive MVP. Okay.
And for offensive MVP, I think you could right now, you could either say Irv Mulligan or Jacoby Morgan. If Isaiah Spencer adds a touchdown to his totals, I think you could probably give it to him.
And they still on there. This Jackson State front four is just working over South Carolina State's offensive line. Now, my question is Chinsbury going to kick the field goal to avoid the shutout? Because I don't know if
he will not. No, and no, he should not. Go for the touchdown. I don't care.
2nd and 10 from the 18. And South Carolina State has to burn the timeout.
Interesting note from the Division II playoffs. I know this ain't HBCU related, but it could potentially be HBCU related. Valdosta State advances to the national championship game. They beat Minnesota State 35-21. So Tremaine Jackson, head coach of Valdosta State and former Texas Southern assistant coach, is adding to what is already some generous prospects for a Division I coaching job. And Prairie View A&M could potentially be one of those teams. He has some deep Texas ties. So we'll see how many teams reach out to him in the offseason. Right now they're showing the bracket for the unnecessary expanded college football playoff.
Absolutely unnecessary.
I see. That's an interesting read. I thought they had something going to the left side. They could have had something there, but they choose to check it down. Brandon, South Carolina State has looked out of sorts all game, not just the fourth quarter.
And they're on the board.
Wow.
Oh, he dropped. No, he dropped it.
Oh, wow.
Wait,
Dang.
the play hasn't gone yet for me. Eric Phoenix back to pass. Rolls out to his left. Oh, he had him. Oh, man, he had him. Who was that, Smith Brown?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He had him. Oh, wow. Just a tad bit behind him.
They needed that.
You still got to catch that, though.
Still got to catch it, yeah.
You still have to catch that.
See how I said they had something going to the left?
Look at Esias. First
You
state
know Esias going to talk.
First state on the big screen, boy. 4th and 7. South Carolina State trying to avoid the shutout or at least get a first down. And they got it.
Ooh,
they got the first down at least.
Hell of an effort. Hell of an effort.
That's Caden High finally.
Single.
Hell of an effort.
Got it to Caden High. See, get it to your playmakers. You got to get it to your playmakers.
Really? See, that's stupid. That's being boneheaded.
Yeah.
Get him move out the way.
Yeah, you can't arc. Yeah, Caden, you got to let that go, man. Esias is just that. He's just yapper. That's who he is. Well, they didn't throw the flag, so
he knows how to get under people's skin.
Yeah.
If you follow Esias Guthrie on Twitter, which I don't, but I see his tweets pop up all the time. He knows how to get under people's skin.
And we have a flag on the play.
Kind of a premature play. No.
And for those of you who are watching the stream, by all means, it doesn't cost you anything to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that's an easy call.
I would love to know what sparked him to bring
I haven't seen the replay yet.
Eric Phoenix back in.
Yep, and that's holding for sure. That's for sure holding.
First and goal from about the 3.5.
Looks like that reception. See, you give your playmakers a touch.
Wow.
They'll
There
give
you
you
go.
a start. And
Well, we won't have a shutout.
Nope.
Eric
Sorry.
Phoenix back to
Sorry, Jared.
It's all good. Takes it himself and he's in.
8 plays, 80 yards, 3-minute and 27-second drive.
Now they need a stop.
Now you need to stop.
And
Yep.
a quick stop. They need a quick stop.
So you've got a defense that's gotten some rest. That's a good play call.
It'd be great if Asad Hall can come back into this game, but we haven't seen him since he went down earlier in the game with a shoulder injury.
PAT is good. It's 21-7, 11-13. So it's not over completely yet, but again, yeah, South Carolina State needs a real quick stop here.
Brandon Sar said, "What's the spread? What was the spread?"
I don't know, man. I don't keep up with that stuff.
I don't either, but I'm just saying, if you're a betting man,
I mean, I'm assuming South Carolina State came into this game as the favorite, but I don't know. I mean, not for nothing. We haven't called his name a lot because obviously they haven't played well, but Aaron Smith has 15 tackles.
Wow.
So that's pretty. And Joshua Barker has 3 tackles for loss. So they have guys that are putting up numbers, but it just hasn't yielded much in terms of putting points on the board until now.
So I did look this up, and I don't know what to make of this, but according to CBS, they said the kickoff from Mercedes-Benz Stadium It's set for Nunes, and it says South Carolina State is a 2.5-point favorite in the latest Jackson State versus South Carolina State odds via Sportsline. 2.5.
What does that mean? 2.5 points.
2.5-point favorite.
Okay. I've never seen a team lose by 2.5 points.
Well, that's just it. So it's either by 2 or 3. You know, you bet. You either take the odds or you don't. Do they win by 2 or they win by 3?
Well, right now they're losing by 14, so
I guess that means they're covering the spread.
Okay, let's see what happens. This drive by J State is going to tell us a lot. This is will they get a first down, or depending on how much time is left? What's this? About 11:13 left. If you can get the ball back within, say, a 3 to 4 minute window, you might give yourself a chance to get back in the game, assuming you can get another drive in.
Kendrick is reporting that the Celebration Bowl attendance is 36,800.
823. Yeah, I'm putting that up now. Yep.
it's pretty good.
It's a little bit down from last year, but still very good. And that is not what you want.
$36,823.
Well, that's not going to help them get the ball back.
Pitch to Herb Mulligan.
Not the way you want to start.
No.
And he stayed in bounds, so the clock continues to roll. That is the last thing you want. Shout out to the OG bros that they showing on screen.
So much legacy, so much history, so much tradition. Man, we got so much to be proud of, man.
Ooh.
Jacoby.
I don't know.
Back to
That cannot be a pass interference penalty.
It looked like a face mask.
Okay, so they are calling the face mask.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Like I
on the
said,
pass. He
people
went for
might
the
go-
breakup, and I think he got his face mask.
That's not going to help you.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to put my glasses on just to make sure I was seeing that correctly. Yeah, that's an easy call. So
Yep, absolutely.
that's only South Carolina State's third penalty today.
Jacobian Morgan takes the snap, hands it off to keeps it himself, and falls forward for what looked like a 1 yard gain. South Carolina State has 73 yards in the second half, and 64 of them came on that pass play. So doesn't say much about what they've been able to do in this first half. The second half.
And a lot of that, a lot of the credit goes to Jackson State's defense because they have just been relentless all game long. Also, it's helped that that Jackson State's offense has got before that drive, for that long drive, South Carolina State was had time of possession in their back pocket.
Should Isaiah Spencer adds a touchdown to his totals, he's getting offensive MVP. 3 for 123 is crazy.
It's 41 yards of reception. Whew. Yeah, South Carolina State needed to get the ball back with about 9 minutes left. We're already heading towards 7.5. So this one's pretty much in the books. Especially if Jackson State scores here.
That's the way you do it, though. Take your time.
Getting a call to the center. He's back in the shotgun. Player comes in motion. They get it to Matthews, and he gets a 5-yard gain. They're just running out that clock.
So here's another question for you guys. Fun question.
The South Carolina State injury.
Well, yeah. Well, look at this. Okay. So, of the teams that have participated in the postseason, regardless of division, if we had to rank the top 3 and you were to give a mythical HBCU national championship, who would that team be, considering those teams? And I say this because obviously you put in, I'm trying to be fair here, the winner of the Celebration Bowl, and you look at Tennessee State, and you look at Virginia Union. How do you rank that?
Well, I think if I was voting for the HBCU national champion, I would say Jackson State, Virginia Union, and Tennessee State.
You put Virginia Union over Tennessee State?
Yes.
Because of the run?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Honestly, I think if we're talking about just who plays in a head-to-head sense, it would be Jackson State, Tennessee State, Virginia Union. That would be my 3 in that order.
Obviously, Virginia Union wouldn't stack up well against Tennessee State or Jackson State head-to-head, but if we're talking about their seasons in a vacuum, I think you go Jackson State, Virginia Union, Tennessee State. If Jackson State and Tennessee State were to meet up, I might have to go with Jackson State. I think I would go with Jackson State to win that game, but it would be much more competitive than this game. I mean, I thought this game was going to be competitive, but
so which according to Sonic 98, you got to look at Southern Heritage Bowl Classic repeat. Do you guys have appetite for that, Sonic Bowl? I'd love to see that again. That's one of those. I
still want to see South Carolina State and Tennessee State. I still want to see that.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see South Carolina State and Tennessee State?
I still want to see South Carolina State and Tennessee State. I want to see Jackson State and Tennessee State.
Yeah, I want to see Jackson State and Tennessee State. I just like that game. I've always just liked that game. And I hate that. Hopefully they.
Shoot, I would love to see Florida A&M and Tennessee State.
It ain't the same with Tennessee State and UAPB. It just isn't.
I would love to see Florida A&M and Tennessee State. I want to see all of our classic football programs meet each other. Shoot, when North Carolina A&T gets their act together, I want to see them in Tennessee State.
South Dakota's playing UC Davis. I am reminded. Did you guys know that UC Davis is moving to the Mountain West in all sports except football?
I didn't even know UC Davis was a thing.
Why are they moving everywhere but except for football?
It's too damn expensive. But they're playing in the Mountain West.
I guess.
Lorenzo, you back in my good favor, brother. Back in my good favor.
Was that first?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to give it to him.
That's church. It's over.
Yeah, we can go ahead and
it's over.
And now Aaron Smith is hurt.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do the altar call. We can
How was the guy on Monday Night Football? Turn out the lights. The party's over.
Don Meredith.
They say that all good things must end.
So here's
Turn
my
out
question.
the lights. The party's over. Let me finish my song.
So my question is, what was South Carolina State doing over the past 3 weeks?
That's a good question. And there's another South Carolina State player hurt on the sideline again.
Man.
So maybe they didn't need 3 weeks off.
Well, there
They
goes
probably
my.
would have been better off playing last week too.
I'm saying.
There goes my argument.
I really hope that's not serious for Aaron Smith, man. I really
Wow,
do.
there's 2 players now.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What?
Like, I just think it may be one of those things, man. You playing out of a sense of desperation and playing in a sense of urgency, and you pull something,
And ESPN puts it up on the screen. Who needs rest? Jackson State last Saturday, South Carolina State November 23rd.
Y'all picking on me now.
Yeah,
You guys are picking on me, ESPN, ABC.
The fates have not been kind to Ken Rashad.
Yeah, this is hurting your argument horribly.
It's okay. I still stand on it though. Somebody still ain't right.
I mean, look, this may be an outlier. Who knows? Maybe next year the MEAC team will come out guns blazing and
Aaron Smith can't even stand right now. That is not good.
And that's not good for his draft prospects because I know people are watching.
I really hope that's not serious. I hope that's not serious.
Yeah, he wanted to lay right there. He was too close to the sideline. They said, you got to get up.
Yeah, that's.
All right, we're back on the field here. It's 1st and 10 J State at the South Carolina State 18 with 7 minutes to go.
Well, on my screen, they're still carrying off Aaron Smith. And now we're back on the field. The referees are still standing in front of center. And now they resume play. Jacoby Morgan keeps it. rolls out to his left and taken down for a loss. And Diego Addison just doesn't look enthused at all about that.
Nobody does right now. That South Carolina State team is just.
That's a team that knows that they've lost already. Forget the fact that it's still 6 minutes and 47 seconds, 6 minutes and 35 seconds left. This will be the first time two years in a row a SWAC team has won it.
We got to take everything we can get.
So that'll bring the series to what now?
6-3, MEAC.
I meant the SWAC's record was 3-6. But
yeah.
The MEAC will be 6-3. Third down.
And Jackson State will take a timeout.
Only 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
So, gentlemen, the Celebration Bowl will pretty much wrap up the HBCU football season. Jared, as you look back on the season going back to what, August, are there any particular games or are there any particular stories that just kind of like immediately come to mind if you were to have to do a real quick recap of what the season was about?
Well, starting at the Division II level, I think that the biggest story was Virginia Union and them getting over the playoff hump and starting to realize their full potential. Jada Byers cementing his legacy as one of the greatest running backs in CIAA history. And just completing what has been a long road to contendership in the CIAA. I think the play is about to happen. So 3rd and 9, Jacoby Morgan has the pass tipped at the line and it's incomplete.
That stops the clock. So now what, field goal attempt, I'm guessing, right?
More than likely.
What is Sonic Boom? What are you doing?
It's the MEAC,
the SWAC. Yo.
No, I'm talking about the ones before that.
Oh no, we're not gonna even mention that.
Nope. And he missed the field goal.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh boy.
South Carolina State has a little bit of life.
Oh boy.
They're gonna have to score very quickly. They're gonna have to score very quickly. And that's the most confident I've seen Eric Phoenix look all game.
Well, he's actually praying on it.
That's the most peppiness step that I've seen him have all game.
Oh wow. Do we want to address this about Eddie George?
What's up? How long does Coach Eddie stay before? Look, you know what? I talked about this before. Let me watch this play real quick. Oh, okay. Smart move, throw it out of the way. You know what? I said this before and I'll say it again. I don't see Eddie George as the type of coach who has an interest in leaving Nashville. When you put in consideration that he had no plans to coach before Tennessee State called him. He was cool just counting his money and doing whatever it was he was doing at the time before he started coaching. And while doesn't his son play on the team?
Yep, Eric George.
I think that Eddie George is in a situation to where, you know what, I'm good with the way things are. And I think, and I could be completely wrong. Never met the guy, don't know him. I just see Eddie George as the type of person who I will coach for as long as Tennessee State will allow me to coach. I don't know if he really has a desire to go coach someplace else when you put in consideration how he got to Tennessee State to be the head coach in the first place. I just think he's good where he is. I don't think he's necessarily knocking down the door trying to coach any place else at another school.
Oh, that's the ball game.
That's game. All right.
What, an interception? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'll wait till that happens. Eric Phoenix back to pass, tries to go downfield, and I don't know what he saw on that play. There was no receiver even close that I could see. Hold on, there's a flag.
That was after. That was after. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be for taunting.
Yeah, there was no one there, Jared. Just like you said, nobody. Where was he throwing?
He overthrew. I don't know if he thought Caden High was Shaq, but Caden High is all of 5'8". He was not going up to get that. And this is a short person in me saying that.
So what are these refs trying to figure out? Jeez Louise, come on, guys. We were doing good with the timing.
Wow.
Okay, so offsetting unsportsmanlike.
Wow. Oh, well.
I could not have imagined at all that this game was going to turn out like this.
Well, it's 21-7. That's not necessarily, I mean.
It's not supposed to be 21-7 at all.
I don't know. Wow.
Well, it's safe to say that South Carolina State touchdown was just empty calories.
Just to avoid the shutout.
Sonic Boom 98 saying I was still right. What was I right about, brother? What was I still right about?
Oh, my.
What?
Jacoby
Oh,
and Morgan.
wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's definitely over now.
He passed it out to the left, and wow, what a catch.
Yeah, so now the score will truly reflect the dominance of the game.
I still don't think it reflects the dominance of the game. It should be way wider than this.
So my question is now, do you share that? Do Portland and Morgan share that award? Because, I mean, quarterback throws it, he catches it twice. I mean, you got to go for something. But, yeah, that's the ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
See, this is what a lot of people expected to happen in 2022.
Oh, that is beautiful.
This is what a lot of people expected to happen in the 2022 Celebration Bowl.
All right.
28-7 with 4:47 to go. TC Taylor has done.
Right. Got an OG done won a Celebration Bowl. Another OG done won a Celebration Bowl.
Them J State folk is turned. That looked like so much fun.
Oh my goodness.
So now we realize, and so the legacy of Walter Payton, Jackie Slater, Dr. Doom, Robert Brazil, several others who I can't
Jimmy
even.
Smith,
Jimmy Smith, Harold Jackson,
James Houston.
That Tiger tradition is alive and well.
So the recipe was a homegrown coach.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? You say that, Jared, because it used to be a time for whatever reason, folks didn't necessarily want an alum to coach the program.
So for all y'all that's saying, "Oh, you got to go for the celebrity hire,"
clearly that is not the case.
Nope.
You know, T.C. Taylor wasn't a celebrity hire. Shinnis Berry isn't a celebrity hire.
I gotta learn how to say his name. I keep calling him Giannis Fortland. It's Fortillion.
Yeah, Fortillion.
He must be Haitian, or his folk must be Haitian. Either way, he was a man among boys today.
So Lorenzo, does this mean Lorenzo? Does this mean you good? I mean, you know, you said what was it Lorenzo that said he put $2,500 on this?
He said he had Jackson State winning. So
okay.
is this the first time the SWAC has swept the MEAC Challenge in the Celebration Bowl? That's something we need to discuss.
Here's another fun fact about the Celebration Bowl and the MEAC SWAC Challenge.
So the SWAC,
no team has ever played in the MEAC SWAC Challenge and the Celebration Bowl in the same year.
Nope.
And
repeat that again. Repeat that again. What now?
No team in the same year has played in the MEAC SWAC Challenge and the Celebration Bowl.
Oh.
And next year it'll be North Carolina Central and Southern. Two conference favorites. Let's see if either of them can break the wow. Okay. Big play. Probably too little, too late. Caden High don't look like he's enthused about that play at all. So that lets you know where South Carolina State is with it. For those of you who are looking at our screens and see the stat sheet and it says 21-7, it's actually 28-7. They have not updated.
Yeah, they've not updated that yet. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and just take it down just so we don't give anybody the impression that we're behind.
Yeah. A wise decision, boss man. So yeah. So now
there's 3:28 left on the clock. Jackson State leads 28-7. And the clock is running. So it's looking like the SWAC for the first time is going to win 2 straight Celebration Bowls and improve their record to 3-6. Jackson State is going to get their first win in 3 tries.
And T.C. Taylor will have his Celebration Bowl. This is his 4th one because he was the
North
offensive
Carolina
coordinator.
Central, yeah.
He was offensive coordinator for Helmet Gate. And Jackson State's going to burn the time out here. So we're 2:36 left in the game. TC probably like, I hope they don't mess this damn sweater up because he's getting the Gatorade bath.
They gave him a Gatorade bath in the SWAC championship game when it was cold as a mug out there.
I know he was mad, man, because I'm dealing with a cold right now, and nobody's ever splashed cold water on me. I know he had to really probably ramp himself up to get good and healthy for this week, but credit to him, man. I mean, he waited his turn to get this head coaching job. He runs his program his way. He's got his guys, and I guess if there's any small consolation that Ken Rashad can take from this is that J-State's played lights out since they lost to Grambling. So I guess he could say that the Tigers sent the Tigers on their way.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know, sometimes life lessons come hard, and sometimes, no, I'm just joking. Uh-oh. Wow.
Eric Phoenix back. Takes the snap.
So I'm listening to some of these comments again. The SWAC is overrated. JSU is the only good team. Okay.
It's your opinion.
Okay. Eddie should stay where he is comfortable. I think that's going to be the case with Eddie George, man. Eddie George had absolutely zero interest in coaching before he took over as the head coach of Tennessee State, and he's just done just a yeoman's job. He's built the program. They were patient with him. Granted, he made some comments from time to time that kind of give you the side eye, but
So you trying to say we still can't have no wings and beer?
Yeah, malt liquor.
Great improvised play by Eric Phoenix. Again, it's too little, too late.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like he's not quite himself, but so Kendra, somebody's gonna have to ask, why didn't he play the third quarter?
And we've reached the 2-minute timeout, so we are just about done here.
Someone's gonna have to ask why he didn't play the third quarter and what happened for him to make the change to put him in. Because wow, too little, too late.
I wonder if anybody has the gumption to ask what was they doing in the 3 weeks to prepare for this game. I don't think anybody's gonna have. I wouldn't have the gumption to ask that question. So,
okay, but in fairness, Jared, did they really look that bad though?
They didn't.
Or was Jackson State just that good?
Jackson State was very good, but it's just the fact that they looked defeated from the first quarter. That's what I'm saying. Mentally, they looked defeated from the start. So it's like, what was the preparation like? I can't imagine that a team that looks so good all year just has little to no confidence going into this game. And at the first sight of adversity, they're arguing with coaches while the score is still 0-0. The score was still 0-0, and they were talking about miscommunications and all that stuff from the first quarter.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm going to always choose the SWAC winner now. I'm always going to go. Look, I'm a product of a SWAC institution. So if it can't be my team, then yes, I'm going to root for the SWAC representative always. Always.
Yeah,
somebody said the problem was conditioning. They should have been out there with the indoor track and field team then. They should have been in there with the cross country team. You had 3 weeks to condition.
So South Carolina State and the FAMU people have disappeared. South Carolina State, you know what? I've had a chance to meet. They're pretty cool people, man. Some cool folks. FAMU folks have been kind of like, they just hadn't been the same since they lost the Valley.
The humbling.
That was a horror picture. You lost the Valley.
Mississippi Valley State. That's crazy.
You got to find Kobe's number. Poor Kobe. Where is Kobe? Kobe is there. He's there.
He said he was going to be there.
I know he probably. Well, I wouldn't say he wishes he was somewhere else right now. He probably just wishes it was a different result. But yeah, I guess we can say that what we want about South Carolina State, coming out ill prepared. But I think this speaks more to just how locked in Jackson State was from the opening kick.
True.
Like they came in there with the worst of intentions and just, we are going to give you guys 60 minutes of the blues, and if you can beat us, then good for you. But if not, why you couldn't beat us.
Yeah.
So
look, I say this, and I appreciate it, C98 for the comment. Jackson State clearly was the best team, but I just I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but games like this deserve proper planning and preparation. You can't play a game like this when one of the teams just played the week before. Okay. I mean, it's just, My thing is you treat this bowl game just like you do all of the others. And whatever that bowl game was, what's the name of that bowl tonight that's coming on tonight between
The Salute to Service.
The Salute to Service Bowl? Each of those teams, man, they didn't play last week. They had at least 2 weeks rest. That's not asking a whole lot. That's just not asking a whole lot. And it was okay last year. Fam, you had 2 weeks rest after the SWAC championship game. It's all good. I'm glad Jackson State won this, so we can't rely upon that. But I'm just saying, man, it's just not. That's not asking a whole lot. It's not asking a whole lot. Wow. So, Chris, I asked Jared this question too. This being the final game of the HBCU football season, and
I hadn't even finished.
Okay, well, I'll just bring them up to speed, and I'll let you finish.
I'm sorry,
because we'll probably maybe talk about this a little later on in our post game, once Kendrick has had a time to recoup. But and I'll let Jared finish his thoughts on that. But I was asking, thinking back, what are like maybe the one or two stories or games that stick out since the start of the season that immediately come to mind if you were to kind of like look at those, the highlights of the season, if for the 2024 season.
Okay.
But go ahead and finish, Jared.
I was going to say the other highlight that really stuck out to me from the SIAC was the emergence of Teddy Keaton. He put himself in position for an FCS coaching job this season from game 1 against Albany State. That Albany State game, I watched that from start to finish. That was one of the most electrifying games I've seen in a while. And yeah, Teddy Keaton put himself on the map along with David Wright in that offense and all those receivers, Jamal Jones, Virgil Young, Armani Harris. But Miles and Sam Shade, he put himself on the map. They weren't talked about all year. It was Clark Atlanta getting all the attention, and they came through like a buzzsaw and made people put respect on their name. So those are the two from the Division II level. At the Division I level, kind of on the bad side, unfortunately, Morgan State, and they didn't live up to expectation. A lot of people had them at least being in the discussion for the MEAC championship, and it just didn't materialize for them, unfortunately. Bama State, unfortunately, weren't able to live up to their expectations, obviously due to injury. But South Carolina State, they arrived ahead of schedule, and they have a bright future with Chennis Berry at the helm, despite what's happening in this game. And TC Taylor proved all doubters wrong. Jackson State proved all doubters wrong.
Oh,
and I'm looking forward to what they have coming up.
Okay,
they got his nice.
Yeah, he's weird. So let me address this point to Chris Williams, because he's saying that
they just turned off the game.
No, they didn't. Just Comcast always does that at the or did
no, they turned off the game. They're showing North Dakota State and Mercer.
I'm not. I'm. So who you guys got?
I still got the Celebration Bowl right now.
Who's your provider?
Turn to ABC.
Yeah. I had the game on ABC.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm on ABC. Yeah,
okay.
They're still playing it. Okay.
So Chris Williams is saying FCS teams playing every week for their playoffs, though. But Chris, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the grand finale, and I'm looking at the FCS playoff bracket right now. The semifinals are going to be on December 21st. That's the semifinals. The finals is going to be played on January 6th. That is what? How was that? That's 2 weeks?
Like 2 weeks.
Two, or is that 3 weeks? It's 2 weeks. They're going to get a 2-week break. That's the grand finale. So yeah, they're playing every week in the playoff game. So are all of the teams that they're playing against. But when they play that semifinal matchup on the 21st and they determine who the final two teams are going to be in the FCS championship game, that game won't be played until January 6th. They will have 2 weeks to prepare for that big game. That's not the case here. Jackson State is the only team participating in a bowl game that had to play the week before. Period.
So it looks like TC Taylor got his Gatorade bath. He looks drenched.
And he also looks like he's trying to fight back the tears too, which is pretty,
Heartwarming.
Good for him. Good for him.
And his I believe that's his family they're showing, his wife and children.
We got one more snap left. And
Class guy too, man.
yes, very much so.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Had a chance to meet him briefly during the SWAC media days. Real cool guy, man. Really cool.
And I don't say that facetiously. I know a lot of times we say couldn't happen to a nicer guy, and it's
in the case of TC Taylor,
absolutely,
really nice guy, man. Really chilled out guy.
Haven't had the pleasure of meeting him in person.
Yeah,
but
he's
and ladies and gentlemen, your Celebration Bowl champions, the Tigers of Jackson State University, 28-7 is your final.
Very disappointing outcome. Expected it to be a much closer game, a much more competitive game. But Jackson State breaks through, and in their third attempt, they win the Celebration Bowl.
Wow. All right, congratulations, Jackson State. I mean, they still did not update the
Well, at least Ashley Robinson didn't jump in his arms this time.
Thank God. Thank God.
We better stop before we get banned from Jackson State for that. But
Look, I know he was overcome with emotion, but yeah, there he is right there. Giving him a license.
There he is.
I'm pretty sure he's fighting back them tears.
Yeah, but look, man, that's his alma mater. That's
And the players are doing confetti angels.
it's all right. That's all right.
So let's switch over to ESPN. I believe they're doing the post-game, the trophy presentation on ESPN Plus. So
Oh, really?
oh, they are? Okay. All right. Let me turn my TV back on then.
I'm gonna make sure that's actually what's happening, because I know they did that for the SWAC championship game.
So I guess early. I guess we can probably save most of our thoughts on this for when Kendrick is able to join us for the post game show. But I just did not expect that sort of, madness to happen. I just did not see a game where South Carolina State was just not gonna have it today the way they didn't have it today.
So check it out, man. This is what we're going to do. We're going to probably go ahead. Well, let me see if I can. Are we trying to find the, you guys find the.
Yeah, I'm on ESPN Plus searching to see where it is.
Are they on?
Yeah, I'm looking for it now also.
Let me see. Did they say they were going to stream that? I know they usually do. I guess is what. I don't see it. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do, man. I'm gonna let you guys go ahead, man. We've sat through this entire game. Like I said, I know how these things work. We'll go ahead and end the stream here. And yeah, now everybody wants to come in. Okay.
See, y'all should have been here while we was.
What's that?
I said they should have been in here while we was broadcasting.
Yeah, I get it. We'll be back on later. But oh my goodness, now y'all want to come in. Let me see.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so for everybody that's just now tuning in, some initial thoughts, not giving away too much from the game. A disappointing outcome. Obviously, we expected this game to be a lot closer than what it ended up being, and the final score was much wider than what it says. It says 28-7. It should probably be about 42 or 49-7. That's how lopsided this game felt. But the final score says 28-7. Jackson State finally gets over the hump, and yeah, just a disappointing outcome. Definitely not up to the standard of what we've seen from the Celebration Bowl in years past. But yeah, disappointing outcome in terms of the game being competitive. Tiger Nation. Don't read too much in what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I will say this: it probably isn't a game that we expected. But the lingering question that I have right now is the decision to take Eric Phoenix, to take him out, and the decision to put him back in, because clearly they are a different team, or they were a different team when he got back in. But was that the result of treatment while he was on the sideline, to the extent that he was able to play? Well, they felt comfortable enough for him to come back in and play? Or was this just, simply desperation, and they just put him in there because Stubblefield wasn't necessarily getting the job done? So that is the one thing that I want to know, probably more than anything. But look, shout out to Jackson State, man. They got it done despite all of the crying that I did. Well, I'm not gonna say crying, but I was pretty vocal about the potential of this game being moved a week up when it was first announced. You guys know. And like I said, I'm pretty adamant about supporting the SWAC teams, given that how this is all made up. And I get it. We agreed to it previously, understanding that we had 2 weeks to prepare, and I was okay with that. But not necessarily knowing what the picture was going to look like, and the fact that no matter who the SWAC representative was going to be, and they done, especially when you put in consideration that Morgan appeared to be somewhat banged up appeared to be banged up at the end of the SWAC championship game. And there were some questions as to whether or not he was going to be available for this game. So TC Taylor deserves every single praise, every single level of respect that he's getting right now, man. Because when I tell you he's done it, and I'm to be honest with you, I don't know. Okay, let me just keep it 100. I don't even know if Jackson State really expected TC Taylor to pull off the job that he's done as fast as he's done it. I know you love him. He's a great guy, but I'm pretty certain you guys did not expect this fast. But it's all good. It's all good. Chris, I'll give you an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I think for me, again, TC Taylor is one of those people that you find yourself rooting for, even though you don't have a rooting interest in this thing. We cover all HBCUs the same. I mean, we give everybody the same level of respect. When the respect is due, we give them the same level of criticism when criticism is due. Sometimes, it can be sometimes more criticism is due than others. Sometimes more praise is due than others. But what TC's been able to do in rebuilding that team in his image, in the way that he wanted them to look, and for them to dominate the way they've dominated 2024, it's got to be, it's him and Eddie George is the best coaching job. I mean, the best 3 coaching jobs in Division I, not just from an HBCU standpoint, but from a Division I standpoint, period, I think belong to Eddie George, Chennis Berry, and TC Taylor. Because these are guys who had to come in. Eddie George, Tennessee State had not been any good for years. Their last playoff appearance was 2013. South Carolina State had won a Celebration Bowl in 2021, but you could tell that they were kind of like, aging out of the Buddy Pugh era. That, it was just time for Coach Pugh, with all due respect, to, enjoy his golden years. and Chesbury comes in and rebuilds that team in his image, wins the SWAC championship, wins the MEAC championship, gets to the Celebration Bowl. TC had to follow Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the hardest job of all, because as much as I've excoriated Deion, and I'm one of those people that, you know, you can call me a prime hater and I wear that with pride, but I gotta give the devil his due. He made Jackson State a topic of conversation again.
Yeah, but nobody ever denied that.
Yeah, but there's so much else about him that's off-putting that just kind of like, you know, sort of belies that. But TC being able to, you know, wait, be patient, wait for his turn, even though, and I give Prime credit for, you know, vocally going to bat for TC when he was saying like TC should be the guy that has this job once I leave. And Jackson State was like, okay, fair enough. And TC came in, and people thought that, you know, that team was going to suffer. When they went 7-4 last year, I said, yeah, this is only going to get better from here, because TC clearly knows what he's doing. And here he is right now, 12-2, SWAC champ, Celebration Bowl champ, Black College National champ, deserves all the flowers, all the praise, all the props. And I don't know if anybody in the SWAC can stop them right now. I don't. You know, we talk about how weak the West is. I mean, the East ain't that much better either. Alabama State, we don't, the Andrew Body thing, woulda, coulda, shoulda, we don't know. Florida A&M under James Colsey, we don't know what that's going to look like, especially now they need a quarterback. So I feel like we might, this might be a Jackson State dynasty in the making again. So there's really, you know, a lot to like about what TC Taylor has done, and the fact that it's just beginning should terrify a lot of SWAC and MEAC folks, because this could be an extended run for Jackson State.
Folks are saying that they found the Celebration Bowl. Have you guys found the Celebration Bowl award?
Yeah, where that stream at, y'all? Don't be good.
Yeah, I haven't seen a stream on ESPN Plus. Hold on, let me look on my computer.
I'm looking at it now on the computer. I don't see it.
Don't hide that stream. Divide that stream.
Because I'm gonna do something I probably shouldn't if I get them.
There is a stream. There's a stream up. I just don't see it on my TV.
Shouts out to Z3.
What's up?
Jackson State versus Tennessee State next week in Memphis.
There you go.
Let's get that Southern Heritage Classic popping again, man. For real.
I don't see it, man. I see college football live because I put that boy up. I don't. Do you guys, anybody watching the stream right now, watching the Celebration Bowl award ceremony? Anyone? Also, look, I put a link. Look, I want some of you J State folks or anyone. I'm putting this link on here. I know y'all got something to say. Click on the link. You ain't got to show your face. You'll log in and give us your comments, man, on the Celebration Bowl, Jackson State season. I know you got something to say. Help us out. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, Tiger Nation undefeated. Tell us where to go.
He says,
I can see it on my computer. I can see on my computer it says ESPN3, but on my TV it's not pulling up on my TV.
Yeah, Q-Sanova says ESPN. Q-Sanova. I think I said that right. Must be one of those Qs who be oh my god. Q-Sanova. I'm just blown by that name. You Qs who like to steal people's crushes at the school dances. I hate you, MFers. Sorry. Quick flashback to my undergrad years. I'm sorry. That cute girl in math class that you were thinking about talking to, and she's in a wrestling hold at the Q party. Ain't that a blip? Anyway.
Okay, hold on here. What? Okay, JR, I see you. Oh, JR, how you gonna leave? Hold on, let me see something, man. I'm gonna try to do something here, and I might get in trouble for this, but let me see. Oh, it ended.
Oh, boo!
I was gonna show it, but no, they're saying it ended. It's over with. Anyway,
remember when Courtney Simmons was talking about guarantee games not helping women's basketball?
North Carolina Central.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tennessee State
Yeah,
Tennessee is beating them 134-51.
Tennessee, who?
Tennessee is beating North Carolina Central's women 134-51.
Oh wow. Okay.
we got somebody
So
up.
yeah, we got somebody, and this is Killer 1914. Killer 1914. What's up, brother? Killer Young.
Can you hear us?
What's going on, Doc?
What's up, brother? Talk to us.
Hey, man. All I want to know is, all I got to say is, Dion who? Dion who? T.C. Taylor. T.C. Taylor.
Okay.
T.C. Taylor.
So Killer, be honest with me. Did you expect this 2 years in? Did you expect this from T.C. Taylor when he came on? Be honest with me.
To be honest with you, I didn't. I didn't.
I know you ain't got no complaints, but I'm just saying. But did you expect a Celebration Bowl win 2 years in?
I did not.
Okay, but did you have a problem with the hire?
No, sir. I thought it was the best hire. I think it was the best hire ever. I did not.
So he earned his money.
No, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Did you? I take it you're a Jackson State supporter. So let me ask you this: what are your thoughts about? You already mentioned it, but what are your thoughts about Prime
Bye.
and the impact that he had?
Congratulations, Prime.
But no. What I'm saying is, Chris talked about, and I kind of said this early, that granted you may not have been pleased with the way he left, but there is something to be said about the recognition and that Jackson State received. And my thing was, people were saying that the cupboard was left bare when TC took over, but that he was able, my argument has been that he had been able to leverage the popularity and the attention that Jackson State had received, even in Deion's departure, to get to this point. Do you not give him credit for that, or was this just all TC Taylor? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear me?
TC did exactly what needed to have been done. He took advantage of the opportunity to have the spotlight on him and the program, and he did exactly what needed to be done, and he done what he had to do.
Man, come on. This is okay. Well, brother, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you for giving us a little bit of your time, and thank you for the comments. I see you. All right. So you know, now people are saying that Deion left them nothing, and so wow. But man,
Yeah, please come on to our YouTube and click the link and talk. If you want to talk a little bit about why you say that, we would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, there's the link. But so let's take a look at South Carolina State. So, I mean, South Carolina State, nothing to be ashamed of, given what I mean. Look, man, Shennisberry, say what you will about this game, but did we expect this type of turnaround from Shennisberry this fast? And I think the answer is no. And while I'm sure those players are awfully disappointed, I'm sure they'll look at this game in retrospect and say, you know what, there's some things that we could have done differently. Jared are probably, you know, you made a valid point and probably questioning what type of preparation took place during the time that they were off, because clearly they were, say what you will about Eric Phoenix, this team wasn't what we thought it potentially would be, or this is not what we expected from them. But there's nothing, South Carolina State doesn't have anything to be ashamed of. I mean, absolutely not. You guys comment on that? Absolutely not. Especially when you put in consideration they had a team of a bunch of D2 players, right?
That's what people keep saying.
I mean, in essence, you could say this is Jackson State versus Benedict of all. That's what they love to say, that this is just a bunch of D2 players. But let me say this: South Carolina State has zero to be ashamed of.
not only the fact that they're here in this position, but how one-sided a lot of those games were. How a lot of people said that, Howard was going to be a tough test for him. Ran through Howard. A lot of people said North Carolina State Central was going to be a tough test for him. For 3 quarters, they ran through North Carolina Central until they started to come back, but South Carolina State was able to finish it off. They ran through Morgan State, what a lot of people said was the best defense in the MEAC. And, of course, they did what they did to Norfolk State and Delaware State. But this was just the first step to South Carolina State getting back to prominence. Mm-hmm. And Chennis Berry has set the table for them to be successful for many years to come. I know he's going to get out on a recruiting trail and get some guys into this locker room that's going to fill the void that's going to be left from Eric Phoenix being gone and Aaron Smith being gone and Jaden Brogdon, I believe he has a year or two of eligibility left. But I think that he has a path back to the Celebration Bowl. Absolutely, he does. He'll have to contend with Trey Oliver and North Carolina Central. I know they're going to retool and regroup and come back stronger next year. But yeah, they have nothing to hang their heads over. I know this is a disappointing outcome for them, but they should come back stronger next year and be in contention for the MEAC title next year as well.
Okay, so here's an interesting question, or it's not a question, but a statement from J Love. He says, I don't think the team could be as good in the SWAC. That was complete domination. So I know this is just conversation, but I disagree that this South Carolina State team wouldn't have been as any reason to disagree with that.
He also said something else that I disagree with. He said, in my heart, he believes Southern would beat him. I disagree with that.
What? No.
I disagree with that.
No, I disagree with you. No, sir.
South Carolina State would have. You're on mute, Chris. South Carolina State would have.
You're on mute, Chris.
Chris, you're on mute.
So the role of Kendrick Marshall will be played by Chris Stevens today. Yeah, South Carolina State would have skull drug Southern. Get out of here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but stop. Yeah,
yeah.
As far as
let's calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
As far as South Carolina State not being able to compete in the SWAC, that's absurd.
Yeah,
that's absurd.
That's not even.
But I will say this about South Carolina State. They had some talent when Buddy Pugh left, but Chennis Berry maximized the talent that was there, including bringing in his own guys. So I thought South Carolina State was going to be like a 7-4 type team. I thought they would be in the hunt. I didn't think, of course, they would win the whole thing as far as the MEAC goes. So yeah, I think it's safe to say they're ahead of schedule, but now Chennis Berry understands what it takes to win at a SWAC level, because he's lost to two of his only three losses this year have both come to SWAC teams, FAMU and of course now Jackson State. So now you understand what it has to be done to compete in the Celebration Bowl. Now that you've understood how tough the MEAC is, so you got to figure out a way to have your guys better prepared for the most part.
Okay. Here's another hypothetical, because someone asked this question about Eddie George, and I'm just this is just me. Given what we've seen with TC these last 2 seasons, does TC Taylor come up on anybody's list in the near future?
Oh, you mean for another coaching job?
Yes.
He probably should.
Ooh.
I don't know if he has the name recognition.
How do you J-State folks feel about that?
I don't know if he has the name recognition to have it now, but if he continues to climb up the ladder like he is now, I wouldn't be surprised if in 2 or 3 years, maybe a Mississippi State comes calling or Ole Miss comes calling for a coordinator job, maybe.
Would TC take that job, though?
I don't know. I don't know TC as a person to know
right
where he's at.
Right. I'm just saying. I did just you look, man. He's just done a yeoman's job these last 2 seasons. And at some point, you know how some of these people are. You go after somebody while they're hot, and TC Taylor's out right now.
I always think about
he still has some work to do to build up his name. Sorry, I'm quick.
I always think about what Paul Mooney said on the Chappelle Show that one time. Every time they like black people, they take you away. so white people white people might take it from me. So if TC, keeps on winning at Jackson State, it wouldn't surprise me if one of these PWIs at a higher level reached out to him, said, okay, we gotta get this TC, we gotta get this Taylor guy a shot. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But just again, going back to what he's been able to do. I mean, his first 2 seasons on the job, his record is 19-6.
Yep.
That the proof is in the pudding. You get it. You pull it off in your second year. You win the Swag East, you win the SWAC, you win the Celebration Bowl, and standing on the shoulders of giants as he is. As I mentioned before, when you talk about guys that have come through that program like Peyton, Slater, Smith, Houston, Brazil, all these others that have just lifted Jackson State. Again, Jackson State has more Hall of Famers than some of your favorite PWIs. And for TC Taylor he set the single season receptions record as a player at Jackson State. So he's very familiar with that program. And he is that guy that, you want taking over your flagship program if you are J State. And he's done a tremendous job and he deserves a ton of credit. I hope he stays, but it would not surprise me if a lot of these other schools just, back the Brinks truck up to his house and say, come run our football program. It might, maybe another Celebration Bowl or 2 or 3, or maybe even just 1 or 2 more Celebration Bowls. But if he wins 2 more of these, I guarantee you, these PWIs are going to back the Brinks truck up to his house and say, name your price. Blank check, you fill it in.
So Miracle Sports says, let's be honest, all the attention was slanted towards South Carolina State. And if you watch the broadcast every 5 minutes, there was a clip of Shennis Berry's speech. JSU felt disrespected.
So
I'm pretty certain that whoever was in there with the camera, they got permission to come in there.
Exactly.
I don't think JSU felt disrespected. I think this probably was a case where TC Taylor said, nah, we don't need no cameras. We don't want that kind of attention. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. I'm pretty certain. I know how these things work.
Mm-hmm.
TC Taylor didn't want the cameras in there. They weren't going to take the cameras in there. So I'm telling you now, that had nothing to do with it. I know it may make you feel good to put this all on South Carolina State, but I can assure you, TC Taylor did not want those cameras in that locker room.
Because rewind 2 years earlier, the 2022 Celebration Bowl.
There you go.
The cameras was all
up in there, right?
All up on Deion Sanders fake crying, talking about some now. Oh, that clip made me laugh so much.
Look,
he was like, no.
That Academy Award winning performance, man. Get out of here.
Oh man, no disrespect to Deion Sanders, but that was funny. That was so...
Okay. All right. I don't know what AJ. I'm not going to show that, but no,
I'm actually
you in there.
I'm just
nobody. No, you have to delete it. But I'm just saying, you felt disrespected by what? What do you feel disrespected by? You won.
None of us predicted that Jackson State was going to get blown out. I don't think anybody predicted that Jackson State was going to get blown out or they were going to lose badly. I predicted South Carolina State was going to win, but I thought it was going to be a close game. So I'm just wrong. I ain't disrespect y'all not one bit.
This is what I mean about the people, the sensitivity of folks who really just start to, I mean, you won, congratulations. But there's nothing about what we do that is slanted to one HBCU or the other. That's just not how we get down. If you think that's how we get down, and that's your choice, but no.
No, I guess it amazes me how fans, and again, but that's the reason why I call them fans. Fans is short for fanatic. But why do you? Some of you just like really enjoy being a victim, huh?
Thank you.
Because there was nothing. There was nothing about Jackson State nor this team that gave you any impression to think that anybody was that they were being disrespected. The storylines for Jackson State, while they were not the same, but I'm saying there were interesting storylines for both teams coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting storylines for both coaches coming in. As is always the case, especially when you come down to the Celebration Bowl, there are always storylines because of the ebbs and flows that each of the teams have to go through during the course of the season. Storyline, I mean, look, especially in the case of South Carolina State, the fact that Shennis Berry comes in, given what he did at Benedict, that in itself was a storyline from season 1. And for him to get from where he was to this, even though he didn't pull it off, you can't ignore that. So, we got to talk about that. Yeah, TC Taylor, second year in, when you put in consideration what he did year 1, the storyline is, can he build/improve on what he did last year? And the answer is yes. He took an ass whipping from Grambling to put everything in place.
Of course, you're going to give that the credit.
But, we take care of our own in the SWAC. And sometimes a little tough love is required. A little tough love is necessary. And then what happens? He just goes the rest of the way unscathed. So those are the storylines, man. I had to put that in there, right? Anyway. So no. So y'all stop being a victim, man.
I think that's just general sports culture. Everybody
being a victim?
Yes.
Everybody wants to be the team that everybody doubts. Everybody want to be the team that has the chip on their shoulder that everybody was sleeping on. Everybody got. It's just like how rappers be like, "Oh, the teacher said I wasn't gonna be nothing." Like same thing as that. Everybody got to be like, "Oh, nobody predicted that we was gonna be here." Like a couple of years ago. Remember when Georgia won a national championship and the dude was like, "Nobody picked us to be here." Sir, you were number 1 in the poll to start the season. What are you talking about? Everybody got to be the team with the chip on their shoulder. Everybody got to be the team that everybody counted out. Everybody got to be the team. Just because we predict you that you may lose this game, it doesn't mean that we don't think you have a chance. If we were on here saying, "Oh no, Jackson State gonna get rolled over. They gonna get dog walked," that'd be one thing. Nobody said anything of the sort all week. I guarantee I could watch everybody, legit podcast or not. Nobody thought that Jackson State was going to get rolled up on or that they were going to get blown out. So stop with the disrespect. Stop with the needing to have a chip on your shoulder. But again, that's not exclusive to Jackson State folk. That's sports culture in general.
Yeah, and I think that's the part that bothers me the most, man. It's like we can have a discussion about this stuff, but when people start treating this as like personal disrespect, it's where you kind of sort of have to draw the line, because none of us on this program, I mean, one of our coworkers is a Jackson State alum, and we joke with him all the time. But I can guarantee you when we do this full post game show later on, he's not going to jump on here talking about, "Oh, no one believed in my alma mater. No one believed it." He's going to be professional and respectful about it. We're going to have a good conversation. But a lot of people just come on here saying, it's a symptom of a larger problem with sports, basically, that social media has made people very comfortable with just being ridiculous. That's the best way I can describe it. And thinking that, thinking that because some people picked South Carolina State to win, that we disrespect Jackson State. We have a thing against Jackson State. No, we just thought that South Carolina State came in with the most momentum, and they proved us wrong. They came in like a team that forgot how to play football over the 3 weeks they were off. And Jackson State deserves a ton of credit for lining up 1 week after a demanding SWAC championship game and taking care of business. So that's basically what it boils down to.
I'm trying to look at some of these other comments here before we'll give it about 10 more minutes.
Some of them.
What's that? Yeah, I'm trying to be selective what's here, because My man Cedric Walther. What's up, good brother? So JSU had the better talent and coaching. Trenches were dominant on both sides. JSU is your champion. It's a fair assessment.
Mhm.
You know. But I will say this. Now, I don't want to sit up here and speak as if South Carolina State was void of talent. And I'm not trying to make excuses for Eric Phoenix, because I told you guys when we first started this, once that game was over, I would love to know what was behind the decision to pull him out and to pull him in. I'm sure it was related to that injury, but yet when he came back in, there appeared to be a sign of new life with South Carolina State's offense. So I would just simply say to that, Cedric, JSU just simply played better today.
Mm-hmm.
The coaching was better today. But, you know, look, I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to be fair to South Carolina State, because again, you don't just get here and not have something to play. Especially, we saw what they did to North Carolina Central. We saw what they did to Howard. we saw what they did in the MEAC. And we talk about the so-called physicality of the MEAC. I mean, look, man, they got here. There's nothing to be shameful about how they got here. You know, so I get your point, and I don't disagree with you, but I still, at the same time, want to be somewhat respectful to what it took for South Carolina State to get here, especially when you put in consideration what Shennis Berry was doing this time last year. That's all.
Yeah, as the old saying goes, every dog has his day. And Jackson State had the best day they possibly could, and South Carolina State had the worst day they possibly could. No more, no less. It just is what it is. Who knows if this happens 10 more times? Maybe Jackson State beats them the next 9 times. Who knows if they play 10 more times? South Carolina State wins 9 more times. Mm-hmm. I still feel like this is a close game if they play each other again. But Jackson State was the better team.
Right.
And that's just it. That just is what it is.
Yeah. That's why I said I wanted to be careful about, you know, the talent. South Carolina State's got talent, you know, injuries being what they were. But that's why I said Jackson State was the better team today. Coaching was better today. You know, but no, let me just leave it at that. So, gentlemen, look, we're going to go ahead and we're going to wrap this up. We are going to try to come back on a little later after Kendrick Marshall, because I know they are probably right now in post-game. The post-game press conference is on, and Kendrick is going to have plenty to report because he's there right now. So don't know exactly when, but we will definitely be back live, probably, I'm guessing, within the next couple of hours or so. So if you would, man, for some inside analysis and some, you know, reporting, join us later on today for another post-game live edition of commentary and analysis on the Celebration Bowl and Jackson State's 28-7 win over South Carolina State. So again, congratulations to the J-State Tigers. For Chris Stevens, Jared Hoffman, I am Ken Rashad. We will see you guys in a little bit. Don't know when, but we'll see you later on. Okay. God bless you.